like it's good.
And then do you need the link? Do you need the link or does that Anna do that? I can't remember.
I think I have a link.
Just so. Oh, I can be running YouTube. Do you need a link or is that Anna? That's like what I can't do. I'm gonna send it to Anna. I'm pretty sure that's what we worked out. And if I run YouTube off this machine, since I'm hosting the meeting, it does the crazy loop. Okay. Back to Zoom. All right, can I have someone speak to me, please? Melissa, you're muted.
Yes, I was muted. Can
Good.
you hear me?
Can you hear me clearly?
I can. No echo.
No echo, and I'm not gonna. If I'm standing away from the microphone, can you still hear me?
I can hear you. It gets a little more echoey, but not bad. I don't mean a true echo that I'm hearing too. Just more. I don't know what the word is.
I think so. Yeah, probably.
Like a big cavernous room, which it probably is.
I guess if I turned her up, it'd be like worse.
Are you planning on walking around?
No, I'm gonna be sitting right here.
Typically, you get the mic set,
Yeah.
and then they'll move like an inch one way or the other, but it'll. And these things are. They're pretty quick.
Yeah, so they should be able to. We did this yesterday. It was all going good.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, so I have the mic pretty close to me at this point. I got to be very careful with this. We discovered this is super
Yes, that
delicate.
HDMI cord.
And if you flip papers, it's going to affect if I hear you or not.
Okay,
so you want to
so
just be.
I'm running also the Mevo, so I can.
Okay, you can adjust the zoom. And
Yeah, I can zoom out. Now I see the whole room. This is picking up recording though. How do I stop this from? I can just turn the volume down. Hello, hello. Melissa, that's pretty good.
Yes, it's very good. And I appreciate the mic check.
Okay, so I think we're gonna have one live witness. We're trying to do an experiment here today. So
Okay.
we're in the hearing room that you can see.
Yes.
So the witness I'm gonna have sit over here.
Okay.
You should be able to see them. So, because one of our concerns was like, if you are being, not, if person's going too fast or whatever, you're gonna have to go like this or something.
Okay.
They'll be able to hear you through the audio, but our thought was to be able to have the witness see you to make it, does that make sense?
Yes, I understand.
I mean, the only problem would be if the attorney for the witness was over behind here, like there's this side of the desk. They're not gonna be able to see you, which may be kind of weird, but.
Yeah. I could try to get a panicked look on my face. No, I'll let you know if I can't hear you.
Yeah, good. No, but it should be fine. It's the first time we've done this, so we're sort of working through all the technology.
Yeah, I'm just saying if people start mumbling or slurring through words and I can't hear that way, or I need something repeated because of speed of proceedings or something, but you'll keep control of the meeting and it'll be fine.
Yeah, no, your audio is good. I mean, more than anything, I just wanted to get, and so we are recording on YouTube right now, so that's good. It's running.
Okay.
That's for our purposes, really more than anything. It's 8:40. I see we have PNM people. I can control the Mevo. I think we're good.
You may want to turn the mics that are not in use off.
Off.
And
Okay.
then you just tap them and it mutes it.
So I think when John comes, he'll sit there.
Then you can just tell them.
And he agreed, like we were trying to do this partly just to have an experiment in like hybrid/live, you know what I mean? So let's see.
Yeah, no, it's great.
But it's working, yeah.
Are there any other parts that you can think of that you get set up?
No, I think I'm good. I mean, so what it's going to be tricky for me is if I mentioned this to Miguel, it's so useful to have multiple screens because I can keep the stream up and see the people while simultaneously like looking at a document.
Yes.
So if I'm going to share a document on screen and ask a witness, it reduces the Zoom thing down to that little tiny box. So if we can figure out a way to get a temporary setup in here, or even just secondary laptops, I mean, that would be.
With a second monitor work, and you can drag between those and just have one thing up on.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be, so that way when you're sharing screen too, you can share your document, but keep your Zoom people up. I mean, because whatever's shown here is gonna show up there too. So if I take, but you know what's weird is like, there's no way to bifurcate like the Zoom stream from appearing there versus the, you know what I'm saying? Like if I want to, like, it would be ideal if we could somehow have like the Zoom people like here, but the document here. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, witness, you said these words. What's up with that?
Well, we could, but then we're gonna start getting into like different inputs for the TVs.
Trust me, I know.
I mean, we could do that, and I don't know why this one's not working now either. Did you guys have?
I know, I didn't turn it on, because you know, no one's sitting back there,
Yeah.
but really only wants you to see are those.
It should come on with that. But we could, I mean, we could run a different input into one of the monitors, and then, because these are 3 separate basically monitors.
Okay.
So we can just run like HDMI cable into it and into a computer, and then have this its own completely separate thing. But you probably would have to have somebody up here managing.
Yeah, yeah, it's just, you try to, like, courts will have this where it's like, everybody can see the document together in the room. But I don't know how then you solve the next problem, which is how do you get the remote people to see the thing all together at the same time, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sure there's ways, especially now that everybody's doing this kind of stuff.
I think we do something similar like that in our office when we have people here with us and people on Zoom and we have an extra monitor. And I think everybody can see it. I'm not smart enough to tell you how they do it, but my tech guy probably knows. And it sounds like your tech guy. I think he's got the idea.
Yeah, I mean, there's gotta be a way it can get done. It's just
For sure.
how, what's the most, because it's like, this room is gonna be used by multiple different people. So it's not just like a designated, you know, hearing room. It's like the public hearings happen here. So you can't just get like a workstation set up and leave it. At least not yet anyway. But that might be the thing to do, is to set up like a permanent station. Even if we had to use a different section of the room, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it just seems to me like having that permanently there so that the hearing examiners can just come in, do their gig and split. But I mean, that's a larger question for the commission, I suppose.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good idea.
Hey, Mark,
Yeah.
when Christina gets here.
Run one of these monitors as its own device, and have whatever document you want up there. When you're done with it, you get back, come up to Zoom or to another document, or have somebody just run through it, like we used to do with the old ones.
Right.
Did you ever?
No, I was never in that old building. I started exactly when the
Yeah.
pandemic
I
kicked in.
remember if it was just before.
That's right on the cusp. I mean, I think it's essentially as soon as the like stay-at-home orders came out, that's when I started. So, I didn't mind it. It was kind of like you just get thrust into the digitalization of the agency, which I was fine with. It's like
Sure, yeah.
kind of unbelievable we weren't doing that, but I was.
Yeah, all of us. Okay.
All right, well, I'll close these doors just so I don't bother people.
Yeah, careful on this one, you have all this stuff that's coming, Dale probably told you.
Yeah, I know, it's like,
We ran into some technical weirdness once we got this all set up here.
yeah, I think my understanding, can I close this door just so I don't bother
Yes.
people down the
Just
hallway?
like careful with the cord here.
Work. I just don't want to disturb the people.
It's a
down
Santa Fe door.
there. All right,
You have my cell number?
I do, are you gonna be around? Let me write it down on this,
I will be here.
and then you got
It's 470-8506.
8506.
Yes, and I'll be here, I'll be on site, I don't know if you want me to stay here. I can
No,
do
don't
that.
worry about it. I think we're good to go now. I mean, if like a major, I'll let the people know who are participating today that we're doing this. So if there's a technical glitch, and we have 2 days.
Same like here, but I get these spots on the floor.
Oh, you can watch on YouTube or whatever you want to do, yeah.
I'm gonna get in here.
No, it's not closed here. It's public. So if you want to check it out.
Yeah, I'll keep my eye on it and listen in case I see or hear anything.
And then I think what I'm gonna do is when John Reynolds comes in, I don't know how, I guess,
We should shut this.
I'm just wondering, how do I like alert him? I don't really know.
That it's his time to come in?
I suppose he'll join on Zoom from his office and then maybe just come when it's, he'll be watching and then eventually join in.
This, he knows what's going on.
Yes, he does, because he was here, like, we did some practicing yesterday, and he was a part of that, so that was useful. Cool. I'm glad we did, actually.
Hi, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr. Tupper, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good.
Did I hear you commenting about John Reynolds, maybe?
Yes, he's here, he's gonna be joining us in the hearing room,
Oh,
for his
okay,
presentation, in any case.
okay. Fair enough. I haven't been to the new building yet, and I didn't want to have to go through the protocol and be
Sure.
late to the hearing, so I'll be participating by Zoom and watching on YouTube as appropriate as well.
Sure.
I have my full have on, finger on. I'll be watching this. let
Good.
you know.
I can't hear you, you're on mute.
She's talking to another witness.
Ms. Gonzalez, could you hear me well
Thank
enough?
you, thanks, Phil.
I can hear you and I'll wave or speak up and let you know if I can't kick you under the table, darn it. Like I could if we were in person, so I'll just make my problem known.
Right, I understand. I'm pretty good on Zoom, so I'll make sure that my settings are proper and you can hear me. Thank
You
you.
sound just great, yes. This is a new world.
Yeah. Interesting. You know, what's happening actually is, oh, wow. That's going to be tricky. So this machine is running this Zoom meeting. And so if I want to do anything, for instance, if I have questions, like if I was going to look at my thing, it's taken over the screen. So that, and because why it's happening is because that's running an HDMI cable. So it's basically displaying whatever appears on my desktop. So I have to run and print something. Goodness, I don't know how to do that. I have to,
Can you drop it down, minimize it?
yeah. So if I minimize Zoom, what are you seeing right now?
I'm seeing my view is set up for gallery, so I'm seeing about 7 boxes.
Are you seeing my email out of curiosity?
No, you'd have to share screen that, I think.
Okay, so this is interesting. So what I'm seeing on the display in this room is slightly different than what you all are seeing because my computer, yeah, okay, I understand what's going on. You're not seeing my email right now, are you?
No, I'm
No.
seeing how my view is set. I think I could
okay.
even spotlight it or change the view.
No, it's fine. I understand. It's
We
just
only
interesting.
we only see your face, like we only see you. And there's like a curtain and a window behind you.
Do you, well, yeah, are you on speaker view or are you on gallery view?
Gallery view,
Do you see Mr. Tupler and Mrs. Gonzalez? Yeah.
yes. And then I
Mr.
see
Ryan, I also point
a
out that
hearing room.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Ms. Gould.
That's okay. And then I see a hearing room, which is a different, I don't know if it's you. There's like a flag in the corner. I think it's a different view of you. Are you on
Yes,
your
it is.
laptop? Yeah, okay. So then that's you. So then there's a hearing room, which is a side view of you. So I see one square is a face of you, and then another square is the room that you're in a different like Zoom box.
Yep.
And that's where I was going with that, Mr. Ryan, was you have 2 feeds on now, one as a hearing room and one as you personally.
Yeah, no, that's the way it is set up in here. It's like there's an AV room, which the computer that's running this, the audio for this Zoom meeting as a Zoom participant, and then myself on my laptop. Any case, so. Wild stuff. What time do you all have?
It is 5 minutes too, about.
Yeah, my computer is also 4 minutes behind, which is makes things a little confusing. So I always have to remember that.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Ryan, can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
Good.
I'm actually going to, no, I'm not going to do that. I was going to say turn up the volume on the speakers in here, but I don't want to mess with it actually.
We all get to be talking heads.
Yeah.
Let's see. Cookies. Or later. Do not disturb on. Okay. I'm going to turn my mic off a second. I got to call our paralegal real quickly. I'll be right back in 2 seconds. I got to get a charger for this cell phone so it doesn't die in us mid meeting. Mr. P&M attorney, I'm very sorry. I don't know who you are because I'm new to this gig.
That's okay. My name is Ryan German, and my last name is
Okay,
spelled with a J,
I do.
Jerman.
I do have that. I just want to connect your name with your face, so. Thank
And then-
you.
And we'll have two other attorneys appearing today, Dan Aikenhead and Samantha Kelly.
Okay. But not Miss Goodwin and not Miss Padilla, not today.
Correct.
Okay. Should I get the right people on here?
Okay, good morning, everybody. Ms. Alyssa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good. All right, so I'm here at the commission's hearing room. We are experimenting for the first time today with all of the technology the commission invested in to be able to facilitate simultaneous remote and live hearings, right? So a court reporter or a witness or a whoever could be some great distance from New Mexico, and there could simultaneously be people in this room together, and we can all do this through technology. Amazingly, it seems to have worked so far. We're gonna just forge ahead. My hope is that nothing unforeseen occurs. But just to let everybody know, that's what's going on here. So I just, John Reynolds, he was here this evening as myself and the IT department were sort of messing with all of this. So he's gonna be our live witness guinea pig. We have 2 feeds you'll see. So you're looking at me through my laptop. We have a remote camera that I can control remotely from my cell phone, like I'm the director of some sort of film or something, which actually is pretty cool. So I'll be able to zoom in on like that chair over there, you know, just from sitting at this desk. And so that's where we'll put Mr. Reynolds. Anyway, details, but. Okay, so Ms. Gonzalez, we'll go on the record. Good morning. This is, just a sec. It is September 30th, 2021. We are here for a hearing in case 21-00143 UT in the matter of Public Service Company of New Mexico's Renewable Energy Act plan for 2022 and proposed 2022 rider rate under rate rider number 36. As noted, it is Thursday, September 30, 2021. My name is Christopher Ryan. I was appointed as a hearing examiner to preside over this case. And I will take appearances. So PNM.
Good morning, Mr. Ryan. This is Ryan German, appearing on behalf of Public Service Company of New Mexico. And Daniel Aikenhead and Samantha Kelly will also be appearing on PNM's behalf in this hearing.
Okay, thank you. Interveners, Ms. Gould.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Gould. I represent New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, also known as NM Area. And our witness, Greg Meyer, is here.
Good. It's like staff.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. My name is Bradford A. Borman, appearing on behalf of Utility Division staff. I am joined in the Zoom right now by Mark Tupler, who is one of staff's witnesses. John Reynolds, as you had previously indicated, will be joining in person a little later. He's having trouble with the Zoom actually and is watching on YouTube, as I understand.
Okay. All right, so if we can just take a break for 1 second, I'm actually gonna have one of the IT guys, Ms. Gonzalez, we can go off the record real quick. Are we off the record?
We are.
Great. So I'm gonna have one of the IT guys come up real quick and turn up the volume on these speakers in my room. It's a little quiet. So I'm just gonna mute this for a second and make a quick call. Okay, he's gonna come up. I'm gonna wait just before we go on the record and have him come and fix the volume issue because I don't wanna, there's speakers in this room and it's actually, it's pretty good, but it's a little quiet. Like I couldn't hear Mr. German too well. And that's not his issue. I think it's have to increase the volume. So he's coming up right now. Ms. Gonzalez, if I have another witness in the room, we're gonna be wearing masks. Does
Okay,
that present a problem for you?
no,
Okay,
And Mr. Ryan, I can speak up too. I've been told that I have a quiet voice, so I'm happy to try and speak up a little more.
no, that's okay. I think it needs to be just slightly louder. So, Mr. German, can you just sort of keep talking?
Uh-oh.
Just like, do 1, 2, go slow.
Sure. Yeah, 1, 2, 3,
A little bit more.
4,
That's good.
5.
I'm good. Can somebody else speak now? Mr. Borman, can you say something?
Sure. Brad,
That's a
Borman,
little too much.
what, that's too much?
No, you're fine. It's just keep going, Mr. Borman.
Pardon me?
A little less.
A
It's
little-
funny. It's the different voices project differently. I think that'll be fine, I think.
I'm sorry, this is, I guess, my normal speaking voice.
No, it's at the end of the day, it's Mr. German has a slightly softer voice than yours, but then the speakers in this room are also, it's doing its own thing, so I think that'll be better.
Okay.
All right, I think that should be good. Thank you, Phil. All right, so we'll go back on the record, Ms. Gonzalez. So, all right, back to appearances. We heard from everyone who's appearing here today in the hearing. I'll note for the record here, I was contacted by several parties indicating that they would not be attending today's hearing. That includes the Office of the Attorney General, Bernalillo County, and the City of Albuquerque. And I just went through the intervener list last night, and I'm pretty sure that's everybody. So all the folks that are here, and I'm aware of everybody else who has not come for whatever reason. We've received no requests to make public comment in this case. Today's hearing, I didn't specify an order of the presentation of witnesses. We have plenty of time and not a lot of witnesses, so we're going to just go as we please here. And I guess the only thing I would say is, obviously the rule specifies with an application, it's the applicant, the interveners, and then staff. So I guess the only thing I'll note for the parties is that I may have a lot of questions. I do have quite a number of questions from Mr. Reynolds. And that may necessitate, depending on his answers, recalling some witnesses and just asking follow-up. Is that going to be a problem for the P&M folks?
No, it will not.
Okay. That's good. Is anybody else, is that a challenge for anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay, great. So was there, Mr. German, do you have a desire as to in terms of how your witnesses will be presented?
Yes, so our plan was to call Mr. Phillips first, and he's on the Zoom call right now. So after Mr. Phillips would be Mr. Gutierrez, then Mr. Baker, then Dr. Pitts, and Mr. Morris would be our final witness.
Phillips, Baker.
No, Phillips, Gutierrez, Baker, Pitts, Morris.
Great. Is there any problem with that?
Nope.
Very good. Then we'll have Ms. Gould. I assume we'll take Mr. Myers, or Mr. Meyer, excuse me. And then Mr. Borman, did you have a preference in terms of Mr. Reynolds or Mr. Tupler, or?
I was planning to call Mr. Tupler first, but I don't feel strongly about it.
Oh, and you know what I'm seeing on my screen here? I apologize. The Citizens for Coalition for Clean and Affordable Energy are with us today too. Ms. Lynch, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm in a public space, meeting space, and which requires a mask, but thanks for recognizing our intervention.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't, I had you on my little chart to actually identify and whatever. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Mr. German, go ahead.
Great. And before I call Mr. Phillips, there is one pre-hearing issue I wanted to
Yes.
mention, Mr. Ryan, and that's the motion that we filed late yesterday.
Yeah, thank you very much. I apologize. I didn't get there myself. I did see that. I've reviewed the testimony. Are there any objections to the motion?
No, sir.
No,
Okay. So yes, I guess the only question I have, Mr. German, would be, I think it indicates there that you all at PNM received that on the 24th, the update.
That's correct.
Was there any reason it wasn't filed sooner?
No, we tried to file as promptly as we could. And, we wanted to file sooner. We just weren't able to.
It's fine. Guess I'm just asking for myself. I was reading that this morning at 6:30, so I would have liked to have had it earlier, but in
I
any case.
understand,
Yeah, we're all good. Thank you, Phil. Okay, so yes, the motion to file the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Phillips and was it Mr. Phillips or Mr. German?
Yes. Yep. Mr. Phillips and Mr. Gutierrez.
Yeah, to file an additional rebuttal testimony. Does that testimony effectively supplant in all ways, or is it meant to like amend their rebuttal?
Yeah, so it would supplant the rebuttal testimony that we pre-filed. So our plan, if the motion's granted, our plan would just be to introduce, in lieu of the rebuttal testimonies that were pre-filed, introduce the updated rebuttal testimonies into evidence for Mr. Phillips and Mr. Gutierrez.
Yeah, and I understand that. I guess my only concern would be, one of the arguments from staff here is, hey, PNM should be required to file additional update. And I think, when you think about the fact that, there's been successive updates as to the projects, right? The staff's request that be filed seems a little more reasonable, given that it's a fluid situation. And so my only concern would be if we just admit the last set of rebuttal testimony that doesn't capture for the record the previous events, which, whether PNM likes it or not, I mean, it sort of tells you something about these events, right?
Yeah, and if that's your preference, that would be fine with us. I suppose we could introduce both the pre-filed rebuttals and the updated rebuttals, or we could just renumber the updated rebuttals so that we would have an exhibit number, exhibit 2, for example, for Mr. Phillips' pre-filed rebuttal, but we wouldn't move that into evidence, and instead we'd move into evidence PNM exhibit 10, which would be the updated rebuttal. Then the record would reflect that, there's an exhibit that was marked, but PNM did not move it into evidence. Either way, whichever your preference is, we're happy to go with.
And I guess for my purposes, at the end of the day, it's really to be able to write a recommended decision that reflects the kind of dynamic nature of the information. And how do you do that if you don't point to documents that were, hey, PNM expected this, and then they got additional updates, and then it resulted in this, but they're still confident they can meet the RPS standards. I'm saying, like, you can see how that gets written, and you need to point to those documents to sort of show that. So as long as, I suppose what I'd prefer to do is to admit everything that was submitted on eDocket as rebuttal testimony, and I believe that would mean there'd be 3 sets of rebuttal testimony as to Mr. Gutierrez and Baker. Is that right, Ben?
Phillips. Gutierrez and
Phillips.
Phillips,
yeah. And then just have that all on the record, however we end up doing that. Does that make sense?
It does, yes.
Then the exhibit numbering, I don't know. I guess we'll just proceed and make sure as we go that Ms. Gonzalez doesn't get confused, or that I don't get confused. So,
right.
All right. So who would be your? Okay. So Mr. Phillips. Let's just do that. Let's start with Mr. Phillips.
Okay, great. So PNM calls Nicholas Phillips.
And Ms. Gonzalez, if you could swear the witness in, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. German. If I move off the camera, I hope you can still see me in the room. I'm just dealing with my own paper.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Phillips, please state your name for the record and tell us your position with PNM.
My name is Nicholas L. Phillips, and my title is Director of Integrated Resource Planning for Public Service Company of New Mexico.
And can you identify, so we're going to introduce 3 exhibits here, 3 testimonies today. Can you first identify PNM Exhibit 1?
Yes, PNM Exhibit 1 is my direct testimony, my pre-filed direct testimony in this proceeding.
And was it prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to make to Exhibit 1?
No, I do not.
Is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Aside from the information provided in my rebuttal testimonies, yes, it is.
And if the same questions that were asked of you in the direct testimony were asked of you here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'll move the admission of PNM Exhibit 1.
Which is the direct testimony of Nicholas L. Phillips filed June 1, 2021.
That's correct.
Any objections?
Objection.
Very good. The PNM Exhibit 1 will be admitted.
And for everyone's information, I'm going to call the rebuttal that was pre-filed PNM Exhibit 2. And then to maintain the numbering of our other exhibits, I will call the updated rebuttal Exhibit 10.
Okay, and then I think just for the record, Mr. German, maybe at the end of the proceeding today, you can file an updated witness exhibit list. Just, does that work?
It
That way
does, yes.
Our court reporter will be clear on what was admitted and I'll be clear and that'll be helpful.
Oh, and thank you for reminding me. I had another question on that too. So we have not uploaded the updated rebuttal testimonies to the Dropbox. Should we do that as well, or is it okay to just email?
Yeah, I
them to
think
you?
just submitting it to the service list should be adequate. That's just a single email, so that'll be fine.
Will
you
that
won't
enable
submit-
the court reporter to have it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and if it didn't get to Ms. Gonzalez, I would send it myself. But
Okay.
Mr. German, I'll send you Ms. Gonzalez's email address, and if for any reason I forget, just send it to me and she'll get it.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. So Mr. Phillips, turning now to PNM Exhibit 2, can you identify that exhibit?
Yes, PNM Exhibit 2 is my pre-filed rebuttal testimony from September 17th of this year.
Was that rebuttal testimony prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to make?
No, I do not.
Is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Subject to the updates contained in the updated rebuttal testimony, yes, it is.
And subject to those same updates in the updated rebuttal, if the questions that were asked of you in your rebuttal testimony were asked of you here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'll move the admission of PNM Exhibit 2.
Any objections?
No, sir.
PNM Exhibit 2, rebuttal testimony of Nicholas Phillips, September 17, 2021 is admitted.
And finally, Mr. Phillips, can you please identify PNM Exhibit 10?
Yes, PNM Exhibit 10 is my updated rebuttal testimony submitted to the parties last night, September 29th of this year.
And was the updated rebuttal testimony prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections you need to make to it?
No, I do not.
Is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And if the same questions that were asked of you in the updated rebuttal were asked of you here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, I will move the admission of PNM Exhibit 10, Mr. Phillips' updated rebuttal testimony.
Yeah, and so Mr. German, the only question I would have is that this, as far as I received it anyway, came as a single packet. It was the motion for leave to file the updated testimony. And I believe Mr. Phillips is, what is he, is it Exhibit A to that motion? Yeah.
Yes. Mhm.
So I guess what you're asking then is effectively, we'll just treat Exhibit A to the motion as, I mean, it's obviously it's his testimony, Mr. Phillips' testimony, the updated rebuttal testimony. but for purposes of the court reporter, I guess, can you submit this as a separate, can you pull out just the testimony and get that to us at the end of the day as well?
Yes, yes. So we'll recirculate via email the testimonies as two separate documents. And we'll also file them in the docket for the case.
Great. So PNM 10 is just the updated rebuttal testimony of Nicholas L. Phillips, filed September 29, 2021. And that was originally submitted as an exhibit to the motion to file this testimony, which has been granted. So it'll be admitted, PNM 10.
Thank you. And I will pass Mr. Phillips for cross-examination.
Thank you very much. Let me just make my note here. Okay, so I guess I'll go first to Ms. Gould.
I have no cross, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Ms. Lynch?
Apologies, I also have no cross.
Very good. So that would be my opportunity. So I'll just ask.
Examiner.
Oh, I'm sorry, staff, my apologies. Sorry.
Thank you. No worries. I too want to get through this case, so.
Yeah, no, staff always goes last, so I just got confused.
I do have some cross-examination for Mr.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Phillips.
Morning, Mr. Foreman.
You have your updated rebuttal testimony. I believe that's Exhibit 10.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it looks like beginning on page 2 of that testimony, you discuss 4 renewable generation projects that are or were delayed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay, and those are the Rockmont Solar Project PPA of 100 megawatts. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, and the La Jolla 2 wind project of 304 megawatts.
Yes, sir.
The Arroyo Solar Project, 300 megawatts,
Yes, sir.
and the San Juan Solar Project, 200 megawatts.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's take these one by one, and let's talk first about the La Jolla 2 project. That project is now in service, correct?
Yes, sir. Memory serves, the final portion was placed into service on June 30th of this year.
Okay, but according to your testimony, it was delayed from the end of 2020 to June of 2021. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. The original commercial operation date was, if I remember correctly, December 31st of 2020. I would need to double check that, but it was delayed about 6 months till the end of June of this year.
Okay. Do you know if the La Jolla 2 project has made all the required filings with the commission related to its operation?
I do not. I had heard that the developer has not filed the necessary compliance filing for the final in service. I'm unaware of, since that statement was made, I believe during the Four Corners case or around then, if the developer has since filed that compliance filing.
So did you follow up with the developer about that issue?
I believe our regulatory department has reached out to the developer on that. It's up to the developer to actually file it, though.
Okay, and who is the developer of the La Jolla 2 project?
I forget the independent entity's name. That's the LLC. Ultimately, the parent company is Offengrid.
Okay. So then let's talk about the Rockmont project. You described that as having an initial expected commercial operation date of June 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. But the developer informed PNM that it cannot meet that date, and you state that PNM is working with the developer to determine whether it or a qualified assignee can meet a commercial operation date of summer 2023. Is that what your testimony is?
Yes, the developer provided notice that PNM has since filed with the commission, I believe on May 24th, notifying that it would not be able to complete the project. So we are working with the developer, as I've indicated in my testimony, to try to find a qualified assignee that could take over the project and bring it online prior to the summer of 2023.
Well, what is a qualified assignee or assignee?
Well, a qualified assignee would be an entity that is able to take over the project, meet all the necessary commercial terms, and bring that project into existence and complete it. So there was two different, as I understand it, there was two different qualified assignees that the developers of the project were working with. They're still under negotiations to try to figure out whether or not it can actually be transferred. There's been no formal transfer of the agreement at this point.
Okay, who's the developer of the Rockmont project?
8 Minute Energy.
I didn't quite catch that.
Oh, I'm sorry. 8 Minute Energy.
8 Minute Energy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to increase my volume so I can hear better.
I apologize. If you can't hear me, I'm trying to sit a little bit further away from the computer so the camera isn't so close. But if you can't hear me, I'll scoot closer.
2021 problems. Oh. So in reading your testimony here, is it correct to say that PNM currently does not know whether the developer or the qualified assignee can complete the project within 12 months of the initially expected commercial operation date?
As I just stated, there has been no formal transfer of the project yet. We know the developer cannot complete it. The question will be whether a qualified assignee could take it over. Through talks with other folks here at PNM, we understand there is an agreement that's getting close, but it hasn't been fully transferred yet. So our hope is that the project will be on by May or June of 2023. But until that project gets transferred and begins construction, there will still be some uncertainty.
Okay. What are PNM's plan if the assignee cannot complete the project by summer of 2023?
If there is no qualified assignee and the project were to fully default, we would need to take action to replace the project with an alternative resource. That could be a combination of short-term actions through bilateral agreements or other agreements trying to probe the market until a RFP could be issued to bring additional long-term supply on, or if we had to do a RFP and act on that relatively expeditiously, that could be another option.
What steps has PNM taken to pursue those alternatives?
I'm sorry, to what? Those alternatives?
To pursue those alternatives.
Objection.
What's the basis for the objection?
The basis is relevance, and it's outside the scope of this case. That the commission has dockets open where the commission is looking at the adequacy of the San Juan replacement resources, but the testimony in this case is that those particular resources are not needed to meet the RPS in 22 or 2023. And those are the 2 years that are the subjects of this proceeding.
Yeah, I understand. So Mr. Borman, can you just tell me what is the question you're asking the witness?
I'm asking what PNM plans to do if this project cannot be completed by the summer of 2023, as is now contemplated.
And I'll overrule the objection on the basis that one of the questions I have for the witnesses is what's going to happen in 2025 when all of a sudden there's like an enormous jump up in the RPS standard. So it seems we're thinking about now, but of course we're thinking about the future as well. So I certainly think it's within the scope of the proceeding. So go ahead, Mr. Borman.
Well, again, I'll ask the question. What are PNM's plans if the developer, I'll back up. What steps has PNM taken to pursue the alternatives that Mr. Phillips has identified if the developer assignee cannot complete the project by 2023?
So the first important point as it relates to this case to keep in mind is that this project is not necessary, nor are any of the San Juan projects necessary to meet the RPS requirements between now and 2024. There's enough renewable energy from our current portfolio, including the La Jolla projects, in order to meet the RPS requirements. In order to determine what we will do if this project doesn't come online. So we issued 2 different RFPs earlier this year, one for 2022 and one for 2023. If we were to get specific notice that no designated assignee could be found and the project were to go in default, we would then need to take the necessary steps to procure additional resources, depending on when that notice were to occur. If it were to occur hypothetically, if we could bring a resource on long-term by 2023, we would make a filing to do so. Otherwise, we'll need to either work the longer-term resource into a future procurement, whether it be a 2024 or 2025 delivery period, and then work with some temporary options in the meantime to fulfill our resource adequacy requirements. Until we have a definitive answer, we're just making sure we keep those options open.
So it sounds like you really haven't taken any steps at this point, to secure a resource if the developer or its assignee cannot complete the project by the summer of 2023. Is that correct?
I would disagree with that. We've done a number of steps to keep the options open. We have not executed any of those options because we are still awaiting to find out if the project will be able to be completed.
Well, and what are those steps that you've taken to keep the options open?
Again, we had issued the RFPs for 2022 and 2023. We still are reviewing those RFPs to determine what the best resource would be of those that were bid in. If by the time, if we don't have a full notice from the developer that there was no assignee that could be found, and there's still time to act on the bids and complete a filing and get approvals within the necessary times as stated in the RFP, we would act on those RFPs. Otherwise, we would need to issue a new RFP potentially, or work a procurement as a part of the 2025 RFP that's out there that we're reviewing for the Four Corners replacements, and work that procurement into the delivery period again for 2024, 2025. And then we would need to work with some shorter term temporary options for resource adequacy requirements in the near term.
What are those shorter term options?
There's a number of different options that could be explored, whether it's temporary generation options, whether it's market-based opportunities. There's a long list of things that we were exploring as a part of the resource deficiencies created by some of these delays for 2022, and we would reopen that same playbook for 2023.
So let's move on. We next talk about the Arroyo Solar Project, and I think you state that was expected to reach commercial operation by June of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, the Arroyo Solar Project was expected to be fully completed by June of 2022. At this point, the developer expects to have 150 of the 300 megawatts on by June of 2022, with the remaining 150 megawatts being brought on between June and September.
Okay, so I guess that's what you mean when you say it's been partially delayed. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And I guess I would also note that there's no delay in the associated energy storage agreement for that project. So it would be 150 megawatts of the solar plus the 150 megawatts of 4-hour energy storage in June, and then the remaining 150 megawatts of solar being phased on between June and September.
Who's the developer of the Arroyo Solar Project?
The original developer was Clenera, but recently that project was sold to a different developer. I do not recall the name of the new developer off the top of my head.
Okay. What are PNM's plans if the new developer, I guess, cannot meet that timeline that you've laid out?
As of right now, we've got no reason to believe that the developer would not be able to meet that timeline.
And then finally, you've updated your testimony with regard to the San Juan Solar Project, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that update is to include a reference to the September 24th, 2021 email you received from the developer informing PNM that there would be an additional delay in the completion of that project. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Who's the developer of the San Juan Solar Project?
Photosol. That's
Okay.
spelled with a PH, Photosol.
Okay. Now, that developer earlier had informed PNM that the project would not meet its initially anticipated June 2022 commercial operation date. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
When did PNM learn that information?
That's included in, I believe it's my rebuttal exhibit 2. Let me turn to that and. So we received that email, that transmittal and on July 16th is what it's dated. If you look at PNM exhibit NLP2 at page 5. And we submitted a filing with the commission a few days later on July 22nd, notifying the commission of that transmittal.
Okay. And now you state that the developer currently envisions stage deployment beginning in December 2022 with full operation by April 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, stage deployment, is that kind of similar to what's happening with the other project where some of it comes earlier and some comes on a little later?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sorry.
Do you want me to read what I have?
Yes.
Now, stage deployment, is that kind of similar to what's happening with the other project where some of it comes
Online earlier and the remainder comes on later?
Yes, sir, that's correct. And the schedule is shown on my PNM exhibit NLP, PNM rebuttal exhibit NLP3. What the developer expects is that the first 50 megawatts of solar would come on in December of 2022, with the full 200 being available by April of 23, and the associated 100 megawatts of energy storage would also be on in April of 23 to complete the full project.
Okay. Excuse me. And what are PNM's plan if the developer cannot meet this revised timeline?
It would end up being similar to what we would be doing with Rockmont if there was a full default of the project, as opposed to being able to meet the commercial operation date prior to the summer of 2023. We would have to go through the same exercise of looking at additional resources to be brought on through an RFP process, and depending on when those resources would become available, there would need to be some short-term actions taken in the meantime.
Okay. Now, we talked about 4 renewable projects here, and taking out the La Jolla 2 wind project, which is currently in operation, we have 3 projects that are in various states of delay. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And is it correct that those 3 projects account for 600 megawatts of generation?
Can you clarify the question? Are you asking if the total nameplate of the projects is 600 megawatts of generation or the delayed portion?
Well, I'm asking I guess it's the total nameplate. I mean, I'm just going by the numbers that you had included in your testimony, so.
Right, so the total nameplate, yes, would be 600 megawatts of solar and 130 megawatts of, 280 megawatts of energy storage, but that's not what's expected in delay. On my PNM rebuttal exhibit NLP3, the full, the delay as of July of 22 would be 450 megawatts of solar capacity and 130 megawatts of energy storage capacity.
Okay. Does PNM currently have any other generation projects under contract or construction that are not part of the RPS?
That are, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, we're talking about 4 projects here that are part of the renewable portfolio standard, right?
The RECs from these projects, we would ask the commission to count towards the renewable portfolio standard. The cost for these projects would be recovered through the fuel clause.
Okay, yes. Does PNM have any projects either under construction or under contract with an independent power producer that that are also kind of in process?
One project from the San Juan replacement portfolio that wasn't discussed is the 50 megawatt solar, 20 megawatt energy storage project, the Jicarilla Hecate project. That is another project similar to these that we would ask the commission to approve the use of the RECs for, but would, the cost would be recovered through the RPF or the fuel clause. There's been no delays associated with that project.
Oh, okay, that you actually jumped ahead to my next question. So, so I think you indicated the Rockmont project, the Arroyo Solar project, and the San Juan Solar project. Those are all being constructed by 3 different developers at this point. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Borman. Mr. Phillips, how are you?
Good morning. I'm well. And yourself, sir?
Thank you. So can you tell me just generally, as far as your communication with the developers, can you give me any additional insight into what exactly these supply chain delays are?
Generally, yes. So some of the projects, it is supply chain issues. For example, though, I guess I would clarify with the Rockmont project, and we had put this in the notice to the commission, was not a supply chain issue, but the developer was unable to secure the necessary, siting and permitting. So that's not a supply chain problem. The other developers that we've talked to, the issues mainly come down to there's supply chain issues that are causing the projects or causing delivery mainly of the solar related equipment to take longer coming from Southeast Asia, and also increasing the transportation costs. And, in turn, the timing of the projects to get orders in, was very, very short. And now the elongated timeframes for the delivery of the solar panels is what's leading to the global supply chain issues and the delivery of those panels to bring the solar on in time.
Okay, so in effect, kind of what I heard you say is one major aspect here is just basically the global pandemic is snarled up the ability for panels to be produced in Asia and then shipped to the United States. Is that a big chunk of what's going on?
For the solar pieces, that's the biggest chunk is the supply chain coming from Southeast Asia to the United States for the delivery of the solar equipment. Yes, sir.
Do the developers you speak to, do they give you, let's start the question this way. I read newspapers. In some ways, what you're telling me is hardly surprising, right? This is consistent with what every major newspaper reports all the time, which is that all these supply chains are jammed up, not just for this project, but for a whole host of stuff, right? And this is a global problem at this point.
That's correct. The supply chains for many, many things are, greatly in flux right now. Same thing for raw materials, steel and other things you might need for transmission and distribution upgrades or other things. There's just a whole host of problems getting things across the global supply chains.
So I guess the question I'd ask you is, my understanding of, I read these articles about varying industries, and I wonder, they don't actually tell us or give you any indication when the solution is coming. Do these developers tell you anything about, hey, we think this is all going to be fixed by such and such date, and then everything will be back to normal, or are they incapable of saying that?
I think that developers tend to be very, very optimistic. And, they want to believe that things will clear up quickly. Most of the developers that we've talked to would say, if we had a longer runway to make sure that we can get the project stood up in time, if it wasn't on such a tight schedule, it would be easier to navigate the supply chain issues, because the supply chain might be taking 4 or 5 extra months to get the panels that were previously ordered, something to that effect. But in terms of when the overall supply chain issues themselves may completely clear, I don't think anybody knows that with degree of certainty.
Yeah, and I agree with that statement. I guess I'm wondering, is P&M's view then, I mean, I suppose I would say I'm a pessimist, and I have no faith that any of this stuff is going to get resolved anytime soon. And I wonder, are you taking that view, or are you sort of listening to the optimistic developers saying, hey, no, don't worry, this is all going to get smoothed over sooner or later?
I'd say we're somewhere in the middle. We understand that the developers are very optimistic, but I think that most of the developers are going to be truthful in stating, if we could have such and such amount of time, even with the current supply chain troubles, we're talking more about delays of getting the products that they need in, not an in-depth, a completely inability to reach the supply at any point in time. So I think it's more a question of making sure that we can, get them the necessary time and make sure that we can serve our customers reliably while the extra time is being used.
Do you think that these issues with supply chains is going to jeopardize all of the investor-owned utilities' capacity to meet the 2022, 2023, 2024, and then 2025, 40%? Do you believe that that's going to be a real issue?
I think it depends on where the individual investor-owned utilities are at with their current portfolios. We would be well beyond even the 40% with these resources coming online, even if they come online late. And so if they make their targets by June of 2023, hypothetically, all of them are not going to be late. We do have good faith in what the developers are telling us in terms of their current schedules. But, if we allow these projects to come on in time, there should not be any issues meeting the 40% in 2025 from P&M's point of view. Looking then forward, we also have an additional procurement out there that's not unrelated to this case for the Palo Verde replacement resources. And then we'll be filing, additional case for additional resources in the first quarter of next year related to the Four Corners replacements. So each of those present opportunities to bring potentially bring additional renewables online that would also contribute to meeting the RPS requirements. So I don't think there's any concern in P&M's mind about meeting the 40% going forward.
Yeah, and I guess I'm really just asking the question, not in an accusatory way at all. I mean, it's just there are major undulations occurring in global exchange of goods that I don't think anyone anticipated. And so in some ways, hearing Mr. Borman inquire about the nature of delays, I mean, everything is delayed, right? I mean, the entire world is you cannot buy a car right now, right? If you try to go buy a car, it's crazy. It's like, there are none for sale. And I mean, I sold a used car for the price that I bought it at. It was insane. I was like, how did that even happen? So I mean, I guess that's really what I'm asking you to comment on. And I guess you would not change your answers from a second ago. You feel confident that it's going to work out?
Yeah, I completely understand the concern and the questions. I do think that we are going to continue to be burdened by these supply chain issues, and it can cause delays. I don't think that those delays are going to manifest in the inability to meet the 40% in 2025.
Okay. So just in terms of the Rockmont, if I read the testimony that you provided, it seems like you're saying that P&M hopes it can be done by the summer of 23. That's what I understood you to be saying. Was that correct?
Yes, we hope that it'll be on by the summer of 2023. A lot depends upon the current negotiations between the developer and one of the potential qualified assignees that they're working with. If they can reach an agreement soon, we would have good faith that it could come on by summer of 23. If those negotiations were to break down, it would be much more uncertain.
So then, I mean, do you have like I don't know how you measure certainty, but in any case, I don't know, from a scale of 1 to 10, I mean, sort of a crude metric, I realize, but how certain are you? I read the testimony and I sort of said to myself, well, I don't know. I mean, that seems they're estimating, but I don't know what to make about the estimation. Do you have anything additional you'd like to add?
I personally have not been involved in the discussions between the developer and the qualifying assignee. what I can pass along is that, what I've been told, they believe they'll be able to reach an agreement, and the current estimated date of bringing something online would be around May of 2023. Until that agreement gets signed, and then we would have to seek approval for the transfer from the commission, there's still going to be that uncertainty, but we feel good right now.
Okay. Then I heard Mr. Borman ask you, what has PNM done to take preliminary steps with Rockmont to ensure it's completed on time, or to potentially move towards alternatives if it turns out that doesn't work out? And I heard you say that one option would be for a new RFP. Was that correct?
Correct. So if a project were to fully default and could not be transferred to another owner, we would need to replace that project with something else. Depending on when we would have the full notification that the project is going to go into full default, we would then have to find, we have a current 2023 delivery RFP that's out there as an example, but the bids were predicated upon a approval date of, I believe, March 31st or April 1st of next year. If we can't get the approvals by that time, we would likely need to issue a new RFP for a 2024 or 2025 delivery and take some short-term actions in the meantime. So a lot just depends on the timing of when we become fully made aware of a full default or have certainty about what the project is going to do.
One of the things you said in your testimony was stricter RFPs is one mechanism to ensure timely completion of projects. That's correct, right? I'm sort of paraphrasing there, I realize, but you said that in your testimony?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Is that a comment that's directed towards like an inward reflection for PNM? Or are you suggesting something for purposes of the commission to do something?
I think it's a little bit of both. The commission has had a preference for the RFPs to be as widely open as possible to get the largest number of bidders able to bid. That needs to be contrasted against, what the individual developers' experience and deliverability of projects would be. So, for example, if a developer hasn't gone through the full interconnection process and signed an interconnection agreement, which does require a developer to lay capital out, that puts that developer at a risk that, it might take longer after an approval for them to get their project online. Similarly, if developers aren't willing to go and have long lead time equipment contracts or have their land rights or have their, if it's a solar or something that's associated with tax credits, have a tax equity finance partner lined up and they're waiting for an approval after a commission proceeding before going and getting these things, those things could all take time. And if they don't happen perfectly, it can lead to delays. Whereas if you require through the RFP for some of those things to be done ahead of time for the developers potentially to have, more skin in the game, let's say, you can be a little bit more certain about the deliverability or the utility completing the projects, comes with less risk in terms of what is on the third-party developers in terms of getting those necessary commitments.
Okay, so I read there was some communications from 8Minute to PNM included with some of the submissions. I can't remember exactly where they appeared, but I do recall reading them in this case. And I guess the question, not knowing how common it is to receive a letter of that kind, I guess I'm asking on a very general level. Is this unusual that 8Minute has put PNM into this position? Can you just answer that?
I think it's unusual. Yes, I have not seen that before in my career. I guess I would say that it's also very unusual to have such a short time frame where projects would need to be brought on in time. So I think that we were expecting things to go perfectly. That's the amount of time that was given to the developers after the approvals were given, is that everything had to go perfectly. If I remember right, from the time the orders were approved and the appellate period was passed, there was 19 months essentially to get the resources on in time. That's just a very, very tight time frame. And when you throw in the mix a global pandemic and other things going on, one slight misstep in the calculus is leading to delays.
Okay. I just want to clarify something for the record. This is P&M 2. So if you go down to page 7, line 5 of your rebuttal testimony filed on September 17, 21, it's P&M Exhibit 2 in this case. I believe you're referring to SG1 in that instance there, are you not?
Let me pull out Mr. Gutierrez. I believe you're correct. I just want to make sure if I missed this the first time, I don't want to steer you clear.
That's fine. I think what happens is he submits Mr. Gutierrez the rebuttal, and his rebuttal SG1 is the document that I think you're directing us to in this instance.
Yes, you're correct. That schedule was in his direct SG2, but he did not have to have his resume in rebuttal, so it was relabeled as rebuttal SG1. My apologies.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to clarify it for the record. So do your attorney, Mr. German, objected at one point earlier to a question Mr. Borman asked, and I explained, and I think completely understandably, like we are moving in a world in which, the increase in the amount of renewable generation is going to have to jump up fairly significantly in 2025. And I think my understanding of Mr. Reynolds' testimony and why he wants P&M to submit reports is partly out of a concern about that moment. And I understand we're here today on P&M's ability to comply with the 2022 plan. But I mean, I can assure you the commission isn't going to see this as like one discrete moment and that's it. I mean, that's a pretty narrow understanding of our purposes. I think you have to look at the broader spectrum of like what we're doing now and what that's going to mean for the future. I mean, so I just want to ask you, sir, if you could respond to that. Do you think it's appropriate that Mr. Reynolds is concerned about that? And to the extent to which that's motivated his request that, commission direct P&M to continue reporting, do you think that's reasonable?
Well, to make sure I'm on the same page with you. So as I understood, Mr. Reynolds' recommendation was to look at 2021, 2022, and 2023. I don't believe he had mentioned something about 2025. And my response to his recommendation would be predicated on there's, in my mind, no real risk of not meeting the near-term RPS requirements due to our current portfolio plus La Jolla exceeding the expectations for the 20% that would be required for RPS between now and 2024. We do believe, as you and I discussed earlier, P&M does believe that even with delays in the supply chain, that we will be able to meet the 2025 requirements through the San Juan resources coming on, as well as the additional procurements that we have filed and will be filing for related to Palo Verde and Four Corners.
Okay. Mr. Reynolds also indicated in his testimony that he was concerned about P&M's ability to comply with the 2021 RPS standard, or 2020, 2020 RPS standards. And I believe in your rebuttal testimony, your position is effectively P&M has fully complied with those standards.
I mean, P&M, as I recall, was short in 2020 by a small amount of RECs, and at this point in time expects to be a little short for 2021, and would be using additional RECs that were generated in excess of the 20% requirement in 2022 and beyond to backfill, let's say, the 2020 and 2021 shortfall. We still expect to be able to do that, even if there's delays in the San Juan projects. But that's my understanding of 2020 and 2021.
Okay, and I'm reading from your, again, this is PNM Exhibit 2, rebuttal testimony, page 7, beginning at line 18. With regard to 2020, specifically, PNM has already informed the commission of its compliance with the RPS requirement of that year. In June, PNM filed its 2020 annual renewable report detailing PNM's compliance with 2020 RPS. And I took that to mean effectively, as to 2020, the book is closed on that. That's what I understood you to be saying there. If I've misunderstood that, then I wanted clarification.
Okay, and I would, you also want to ask Mr. Gutierrez to chime in on this. My understanding of the 2020 was that we were short, and we were asking as part of the compliance to use RECs generated later to comply with the standard.
Okay. So just so I have confirmation, and as I said earlier, I was up very early this morning reading that testimony. It looks like the Arroyo facility will be fully operational in September of 2022. Is that where we're at?
Yes, sir. That's the current expectation, is that the remaining portion of the delayed solar would be fully on by September of 2022.
And then San Juan, partial completion December 2022, fully completed April of 23.
Yes, sir. The San Juan schedule, as was transmitted to us on the 24th, just a few days ago, would be staging the project 50 megawatts of solar in December of 2022, another 50 in January, another 50 in February, and the final 50, as well as the 100 megawatts of storage in April of 23.
Okay, now I'm just asking more for clarification because it's just all the documents and the updates. I just wanted to confirm. Mr. Borman asked you a little bit about La Jolla 2, the wind project, and is that something that's you addressed, or would that questions about that be more appropriate to direct to Mr. Gutierrez?
Why don't you ask me the question, and if I'm not sure, I'll then let you know.
Sure. Okay, so I left to just pull something up on my computer, and I just want to ask you. Oh, I'm going to share my screen, so I had to do that first. I usually operate with multiple monitors, but for right now we can't do that. So just screen. So you should be seeing eDocket.
Yes, sir.
18. You can see over here, I'm moving my cursor around. So this is 18-00353. Mr. Reynolds referenced this in his testimony. And he talks about Pacific wind development and not having filed a update. I did see this, though. I mean, we're looking at the screen together. On 9/17, there was a La Jolla Wind Quarterly Compliance Report filed. And I'll just open that and we can look at it together. And then down here, it says, yeah, so we're looking at PDF page 8 of 17 of that document. And I appreciate if you've never seen this before. I just went into the docket because Mr. Reynolds indicated there was supposed to be a compliance report. I was curious what I found. This was the only document I did find. And again, this was something called the La Jolla Wind Quarterly Compliance Report. This is in docket number 18-00353. It was filed on September the 17th of 2021. And what that says down there is the project is the La Jolla 2 wind phase 2. That's what I take this to mean here, phase 2 PNM. And then the PPA COD there is listed July 15th of 2021. Do you have any idea what this document is or what those dates indicate?
I do not. I thought I had received an email from our contracting team on June 30th that the project was placed into commercial operation. I'll tell you what, you had mentioned you would like us to stick around, and in case you want to bring somebody back up, I can dig into this in between and come back a little bit later and present you with better information if that's worth.
Yeah, I mean, I was really just, Mr. Reynolds said a compliance report is supposed to be filed. I just went and looked, and this was the only thing I could file that was filed after everybody submitted testimony. And as far as I'm aware, this looks like it's indicating phase 2 of the La Jolla project is going to be completed on July 15th. But, you know, I have no idea what this document is. It's not from the developer, it's from Avangrid Renewables. But I think there's something in here that talks about that this is, maybe it's, I don't know. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, that'd be useful.
Yes, sir. You know, and Avangrid Renewables is the parent company of the, you know, there's an individual LLC that was formed to be the contracting, you know, partner of the developer. I should say that the PNM entered into the developer's contracting party, but that is a wholly owned subsidiary of you know, Avangrid Renewables. So that doesn't surprise me. It's on a Avangrid letterhead.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'd appreciate it. And I won't put you on this spot now to answer those questions, but yeah, if you can let me know what that document is, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
We've talked about that. Well, so let me ask you this question. You know, Mr. Reynolds' point about ordering PNM to file updates. I mean, I revealed to Mr. German earlier, look, it's you guys are updating 3 times in the course of so many weeks. And then to me, I mean, just receiving it, I said, well, why wouldn't they want to just update us again later? Are you really strongly opposed to continuing to update as Mr. Reynolds suggests?
No, and I guess I would say, you know, also with what Mr. German had said, and I know that there was discussion yesterday at the open meeting about a mechanism for providing resource adequacy related updates related to these delays. Mr. Fenton had informally offered to do some monthly updates in that regard. You know, I think that in that same vein, we could include something in those filings related to how this would affect RPS.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't really perceive Mr. Reynolds' request as something that's adversarial in nature. I mean, the reality is this is a phenomenon that's pretty unique, right? Like the circumstances everyone finds themselves in, no one anticipated. So it doesn't seem all that unreasonable of a request really at the end of the day. And I wonder if I've asked you haven't strongly objected, and I guess I'll give you another opportunity to respond if you wish, but it strikes me that Mr. Reynolds' request is fairly reasonable.
I understand, and I understand where you're coming from. I don't think PNM would have a problem, especially given the ongoing nature of what's happening here and our commitment to make some of those updates in another proceeding, that we could, you know, make those same updates here or file the updates in a single docket and reference them. Whatever makes sense to you, I can understand. We could do that.
And I'm thinking more of the commissioners who obviously, you know, there's been all kinds of stuff they've had to deal with as a consequence of the pandemic, and just wanting to stay informed is more important than people, I think, necessarily. The inability to do something because global supply chains don't work is a fairly reasonable explanation. So thank you very much, sir. I don't have any further questions. Is there any recross, Mr. Borman, based on my questioning?
I think at this point, it would normally go back to Mr.
German,
yeah.
Mr. German,
I don't have any redirect.
Mr. Borman?
I do not have any additional questions.
Okay, so Mr. Phillips, yeah, if you could look into that document for us and then just come back when opportunity arises, we can just sneak you back in.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. German, I think we go to Mr. Gutierrez.
Yeah, that's correct. And I will swap with Mr. Aikenhead, and Mr. Gutierrez will take Mr. Phillips' place. So if you could give us a minute, please,
Sure.
just to do those swaps. Thank you.
Does anyone need a break? Ms. Gonzalez, are you okay?
I am.
Okay, we'll just keep going unless anyone.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
You could proceed with Mr. Gutierrez, Mr. Aikenhead.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Gutierrez.
Good morning.
And then let's have the court reporter swear him in first.
Thank you.
Thank you for reminding me. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez, would you please state your name for the record and what position you hold with PNM?
Yes, my name is Shane Gutierrez. I'm a senior project manager in the Planning and Resources Department at PNM.
Did you sponsor any of the testimony that has been pre-filed in this case?
Yes.
We've got 3 exhibits that we'll lay the foundation for, and I'll do those separately. Do you have a copy of what has been pre-marked as PNM's proposed exhibit number 3?
Yes, I do.
And would you please identify what that exhibit is for the record?
That is my direct testimony filed on June 1st of this year.
And was your direct testimony what's been marked as PNM's proposed exhibit number 3 prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Would you like to make any corrections to exhibit 3?
Yes, I have 3 corrections. The first one is on page 2, line 18. We need to replace where it says 6 parentheses B parentheses 2 with 62-16-7 parentheses B parentheses 2. That's the first correction. The second correction is on page 11, line 3. Need to add the word core, C-O-R-E, before the word output. And the last correction is on page 12, line 10. We need to add La Jolla 2 before Red Mesa. There's actually La Jolla 2 and then a comma and then Red Mesa. This is how it should read in that on that line. Those are all my corrections from my direct testimony.
If the questions in exhibit 3 were asked of you today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would, with the exception of my rebuttal testimony. Any corrections there?
Thank you for that. And is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge as set forth in exhibit 3 with that clarification?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. I'd like to move the admission of what's been marked as PNM exhibit 3.
Any objections?
No.
PNM exhibit 3 will be admitted.
Mr. Gutierrez, would you turn your attention to what's been marked and pre-filed as exhibit number 4 in this case?
Yes.
All right, and would you please identify that exhibit?
That is my rebuttal testimony filed on September 17th of this year.
And was exhibit 4 prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Would you like to make any corrections to what's been marked as exhibit 4?
I don't have any corrections for that testimony.
If the questions in exhibit 4 were asked of you today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is the testimony in exhibit 4 true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It's true and correct with the with the caveat that I have an updated version of that testimony that I think you're going to introduce next.
Correct. Thank you for that clarification. With that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'd like to move admission of what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 4 into the record.
Any objections? PNM Exhibit 4 be admitted.
Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Gutierrez, do you have a copy of the updated or revised rebuttal testimony that was circulated yesterday?
Yes, I do. It's my updated rebuttal testimony that was filed yesterday.
Thank you. And what I'll do is I will refer to that as PNM's proposed exhibit number 11, which would be marked after Mr. Phillips' revised updated rebuttal. All right, you've just identified what was PNM's proposed exhibit number 11 prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections you'd like to make to exhibit number 11?
No, I do not.
If the questions in exhibit 11 were asked of you today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Is your testimony as set forth in PNM exhibit 11 true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. I'd like to move the admission of PNM exhibit 11.
Yeah, and I'll just note for the record that PNM Exhibit 11 was actually Exhibit B to the motion for leave to file updated rebuttal testimony. And Mr. German's going to file these documents separately on eDoc and we'll supply it to the court reporter. But just for clarity, any objections to admission of the updated rebuttal testimony of Shane Gutierrez dated September 29th, 2021 as PNM Exhibit 11? PNM 11 will be admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Gould,
No cross, thank you.
Ms. Lynch,
No cross. Thanks so much.
Mr. Borman.
Thank you. I do have a few questions. Good morning, Mr. Gutierrez.
Good morning, Mr. Borman.
I'm looking at your, I guess, updated rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
And well, let me look at here. Well, let me just ask you this generic question. Based on what you know, did PNM meet its RPS in 2020?
Per our 2020 annual report, we were short approximately 78,000 recs. So that's what that was filed this June.
Okay, 78,000 recs. And is that reflected in your updated rebuttal exhibit SG1?
So the 78,000 recs are, they will be included in what I'm showing is a prior year banked recs. It's kind of like an accrual. I've accrued that through behind the scenes for 2021 because I needed to know what our position was for 2021 as well. Mm-hmm. So yes, I would say it's included in my what I would call I'm showing a deficit for 2022. That 78,000 is part of that 35,000 recs.
So where am I seeing this in the updated SG1 so I can find it?
I don't have a calculation shown on my updated rebuttal exhibit SG1. I've just accounted for it in terms of what our surplus or our deficit is in my exhibit.
Okay, and you identified that deficit as what, about 73,000 recs? Is that what you said?
So there's a shortage of 78,000 recs in 2020. However, I went, putting the projections together for 2022 and 2023. Went back and updated the calculations for 2021 so I can know what my 2021 position is. The net of the shortage in 2021 and our position in 2020 and our position in 2021, it results in the shortage that I'm showing on page 1 of 3 of my updated rebuttal exhibit SG1. I show a prior year banked recs of 35,000 recs.
Okay, I'm trying to find that on here. Oh, I see it. Thank you. It's line 8.
Yeah, that includes an accrual of our rec bank position for 2020.
Okay.
For
So
20,
that's-
what, I'm sorry, 20.
That it also includes 2020.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gutierrez, could you just say that again real quickly? I was lost for a second just looking at other parts of the document. So just answer the question again that Mr. Borman asked you.
So just to be clear, on my updated rebuttal exhibit SG1,
Right?
on line 8,
Okay.
we show a prior year banked recs position of 35,000 or so recs in a deficit. That is accrued from recalculation of 2021 position of our retail sales, all of our resources, and then it also includes what our position was as we filed for 2020.
Okay, so there's no separate account though in any of these documents. You follow this format throughout all these varying submissions that lays out for the reader, hey, here's what was happening in 20, here's what happened in 21, and here's where we are now. It's just sort of, that's all assumed. You just put that there, and I guess are asking the reader to understand that based on your testimony, that's what we're left with. Is that basically correct?
That's correct. I would just, the way I try to explain it is the 2020 report has been filed. It shows our position, and that's essentially a starting point for me to determine where we are in terms of a rec bank, whether we're in a surplus or a deficit. I have that as a starting point. Then I go to 2021, which is not part of this plan, but I need to know the rec position. So I calculate that. And then whatever the position is what I put in line 8 for 2022 on my updated rebuttal exhibit.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Borman. Go ahead.
No worries, sir. So I want to make sure I understand this. So in this page 1 of your updated rebuttal exhibit SG1, line 8 for 2022, you have reflected a negative balance of 35,244 recs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I want to make sure I understand how we get to this point. That number is based on a shortfall from 2020 and a shortfall from 2022. Is that correct, at least in part? Excuse me, a shortfall from 2020 and a shortfall from 2021.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and that shortfall is, at least for 2022, partially offset by, I guess, a surplus that you achieve in 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct. So if we follow in my updated rebuttal SG1, we're showing an on-year rec bank of about 700,000 recs. So part of this banking, the surplus, which would be shown on line 7, we have a surplus of 748,000. Let's round it up. We needed to make up 35,000 recs. So then in 2022, we're going to bank around 713,000 recs.
Okay.
That's shown on line 9.
Okay, so the 35,244 from line 8, that reflects simply and only 2020 and 2021, correct?
Yes, the rec bank, the prior year rec bank includes it reflects our position, our rec position before going into 2022.
Okay, that's probably a better way to state it. Thank you. Okay. Now your 2022 projection here, that is based on the currently anticipated completions of projects that Mr. Phillips has discussed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what happens to this number? What happens to the 2022 portfolio rec surplus if those projects are further delayed, say 6 months? Have you done that analysis?
No, I have not, but I can give you an idea of how it would change.
Sure.
So looking back at 2022 on that same page, page 1 of 3 of my updated rebuttal, line 6 is going to sum up the amount of recs that I get from the portfolio. Okay, so if we did have more project delays, that would decrease the number shown on line 7, which is our rec bank surplus.
Yes.
And so if there's a project delay, obviously that number gets lower. The prior year rec banks doesn't change. And then it just really will affect at a bottom line, it will affect row 9, which is what we get to put into the bank for 2022.
Okay.
So Mr. Borman, can I ask one question for clarification about that point? Do you mind?
Please do.
So one of the things Mr. Reynolds asked for was more pessimistic. I mean, in some ways you could think about it as like worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, assume all of these projects are delayed in a way that's, I don't know, really, really challenging. Is there any world in which there's zero or negative rec banking? In other words, that you don't make it, that 712 just disappear altogether. Do you see that as a possible world in which PNM could find itself? Do you understand my question, sir?
I understand. And the answer to that question is no. If you sum up, if you took all the San Juan replacement resources and you just stripped them out of our RPS calculation, you just said none of them is going to make it for 2022, we're still going to have a rec surplus. I think it's on the order of around 250,000 or 275,000 recs, I think, from what I did a back of the envelope calculation.
Yeah, so I guess what I really am asking you is ultimately assume everything goes as worse as it possibly could. You're still compliant with the 2022. Is that your position?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Borman.
You actually asked the question that I was going to ask, and probably better than I would have asked it. So I don't have any additional questions.
I guess, I mean, just staying there, Mr. Gutierrez, is there a way that could be proved on a piece of paper that you could demonstrate that?
I can certainly calculate that and provide it. If that's what you would like to see, I can certainly do that calculation.
Mr. Aiken, do you have any objection to me asking your witness to supply? I mean, Mr. Reynolds asked for the most pest to make it. I mean, assuming the worst case scenario, your witness just said, no, we'll still make it. It would be useful to see that tabulation. Do you have any problems with that, sir?
You know, I'll ask Mr. Gutierrez to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe he could even show you by using the PNM updated rebuttal exhibit SG1, where all the resources and megawatt hour recs are listed under that column A. That might be a useful illustration to answer that question.
I understand. I mean, well, okay. So if you can do it, Mr. Gutierrez, you show me how it gets done. You
Okay.
just.
So let's just kind of walk through that. If I go through page 2, we're on page 2 of 3 of my updated rebuttal exhibit.
I'm with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you take row, now, I mean, the interesting thing is if you start on row 24, we have the Hickory Solar 50 megawatt PPA.
Okay.
We don't have any indication that that project is going to be delayed or not going to make it. However, if you want to see a worst case for all the San Juan projects, we can pull that one out. And then it'd be row the next row below that, which would be row 25 and row 26. So if I sum those numbers up, so let's take,
Yeah, 96, 809, 333, 916, and 66, 82.
Wait,
Yes.
please repeat those. Please repeat those for me. Sorry.
Yeah,
sir.
sorry, Mrs. Gonzalez. Right, so that's, and I'm just referring to, this is PNM rebuttal exhibit SG1, the updated version, which has been admitted as PNM exhibit 11. And we're looking at page 2 of 3. And Mr. Gutierrez directed us to lines 24, 25, and 26. And those show recs respectively of 96,809, 333,916, and 6,682. Correct, Mr. Gutierrez, I'm on the right track there?
that's correct. Yes,
I think what you're going to tell me is that equals less than 712, 657.
it does. It sums up to 437,407.
And so what you're telling me is that those 20, line 24, line 25, and line 26, because rock bottom's already listed as 0. You guys are already over the hurdle.
That's correct. So if you take those out, that changes line 36, which is what we would put in the bank, to approximately 275,000 recs.
Mr. Borman, do you have any questions based on what he's just said there?
I don't.
Okay. I was curious because you were thinking that you were wondering about the same stuff I was, so figured to ask. Okay, thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. I don't need any further. I appreciate that, Mr. Aikenhead. That was useful.
Of course.
I have some minor questions, Mr. Gutierrez, and we'll just go through them. You know, you talk about in your testimony at some places, the COD, letter C, letter O, letter D, referring to the commercial operation date. And then in other areas, you talk about the in-service date. Are those the same things?
Yes, I use those interchangeably. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I thought you did. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't something specific about a COD that doesn't refer, but in any case. The La Jolla wind, I asked Mr. Phillips to look into that. I think I'll just wait to get him to respond to that question I asked about that document.
Okay.
Let me pull up Mr. Reynolds' testimony. 1 second. Lines 2. Mr. Reynolds writes in his direct testimony, this is at page 13, beginning at line 2. The breadth of these delays suggests there are indeed systemic supply chain issues at play. And then moving over a few words, successive delays could have a cascading impact on PNM's ability to meet RPS requirements in 22 and beyond. And then finally, at the bottom of this paragraph, PNM's ability to meet RPS requirements, especially in 2025, could also be impacted should the systemic issues extend to these proposed projects with commercial operation dates in 2023. I guess I just like give you an opportunity to respond to that. And do you think there's validity to his concern there?
So in terms of successive delays, reading Mr. Reynolds' testimony, successive delays could have a cascading impact on our ability to meet RPS in 2022 and beyond. I don't agree with that. That our understanding is, and it's based on the information that I receive internally, that resource, the La Jolla 2 resource, is in service. It's producing energy. So I don't have any concerns for that project producing RECs in 2022 or beyond. So I don't agree with his statement there. In terms of our ability, moving on to his testimony where he discusses our ability to meet RPS requirements in 23, 24, and 25 when the RPS increases to 40% could also be impacted. Just looking at my calculations and what I provided in 2023, especially starting in 2023, we're expecting to have a significant amount of renewable resources that we can use RECs to help meet our RPS starting in 2023. And that puts us in a very long position for that year and going forward. That doesn't even include additional renewables that could be added to our portfolio in other dockets that are currently going on right now, which would be for replacing or it's a upcoming, I guess, case where we are going to ask for replacement resources for the Four Corners power plant. With those two things and the knowledge of the amount of RECs that we are projecting to bank beginning in 2023, I don't see any issues meeting our 2025 compliance at all.
It is true to say, however, that you're banking RECs with the anticipation of utilizing them when the RPS makes a big jump up. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, I believe we will try to use as many banked RECs, so not as to have to require an RPS resource to procure just for RPS requirements in 2025. However, I don't know I don't know everything about 2025 as we sit here today. We will have a file planned next year for 2024, and then a subsequent plan filed the following year for 2025 that'll show our plans on how to meet that requirement. So we'll definitely have more knowledge on, whether how the requirements, the RPS requirements will change as we get closer to 2025. But as I sit here today and look at the amount of projected RECs that we can use at our disposal for future RPS compliance, it looks like we're in a good position to meet 2025 RPS as it goes to 40%.
Okay, thank you. Again, sticking with Mr. Reynolds' testimony at footnote 12 at the bottom there. This footnote 12 that's appended to the last sentence you see it at line 9.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds, yeah, and then jumping down to the footnote, he points out, besides concerns relating to RPS requirements, the currently delayed projects raise more critical and immediate concerns about resource adequacy with respect to the summer 2022 peak demand period. I'm not sure if that's within your responsibilities, Mr. Gutierrez, to concern yourself with those matters. Is that something you do, sir?
No, but I'm not involved in any discussions regarding resource adequacy for 2022. That would be a better, if we had questions, that'd be a better question to pose to Mr. Phillips.
Okay, thank you. He'll be back. So I'll do that then. Let me, if you could pull up your 11 again, and then go to SG 1, page 2 of 3. At the bottom, I'm just trying to understand something. I guess when you were we're revising these to incorporate the additional information that you guys got. I don't want you to do a cross comparison, but I can assure you that this is in the documents. I'm looking at it. So if you went to your direct testimony at SG2, page 3 of 3 at the bottom, you have the 2023 RPS. Well, I guess that's 23, excuse me. Hold me, put up 22. Yes, it is. I'm sorry. So it's page 2 of 3 of SG2, which is your direct testimony. And you see at the very bottom there, the RPS compliance for 2022 goal and percentage are both represented as 20%, right?
Yes.
And then if we jump over to your most recent filing, the Exhibit 11, that same basic graphic, it's now SG-1 of your updated rebuttal. And at the bottom there, the 2022 RPS compliance percentage is 20.4%. And that left me wondering, like, how do we get to a place where the compliance percentage has gone up, but there's all these additional delays? Like, how does that happen?
So this is really just a math issue. So on my direct testimony, we have a lot more recs that are part of the portfolio that we're putting into the bank. So when I'm doing the calculation of the 20% RPS, we're still, as you can see, you'd have to go back to page 1 of 3 of my PNM Exhibit SG2. So at that time, we were only making up the 2,866 recs that we're backfilling. And so it's a small number that is rounding out of that 20.0%. It's a very small number. So it's actually above 20% because we're backfilling for the previous year.
Okay.
That number gets bigger when you get to updated rebuttal exhibit SG1 on page 1. It's now 35,000 because of the La Jolla delay.
Right.
And so the number is higher because we're backfilling. We're actually retiring more recs than what we need for 2022. We're retiring recs for 2022 and for our shortage prior to 2022. So that's why we have a 20.4% shown there.
Okay, so sort of put it, your amount of, but I guess I'm still a little confused because your amount of banked recs go down, which means you have to produce more to make up for that. Is that right?
I would say is more related to how many recs were. So let me back up a little bit. So our recs for compliance hasn't changed, right?
Yep, right.
The only thing that has changed is what we're banking and how many recs we need to make up for the previous year.
Right. I'm with you there.
So,
for sure.
And so the number of banked recs is going to fluctuate, but it's not going to change our RPS calculation or how much we're going to use for RPS to meet the 20% in 2022. So that's not going to affect that calculation. But what does affect it is if the amount of recs were in a deficit for the prior year increases, then I need to backfill more. So I need to pull more from that banked rec bank and use those to backfill. So I'm going to retire more recs than my RPS requirement than I initially did in my direct testimony.
Okay, so that when you say 20.4%, that still gets you to like the total compliance for 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct. So if you look at my updated rebuttal exhibit SG1, we are on line 10 for 2022.
Yeah.
We're retiring 1,639,447, but our RPS hasn't changed. It's on line 5. It's 1,604,203. Okay.
Yeah.
Comparing that to my direct testimony, that number that we're using for RPS compliance on line 10 is going to be lower because we didn't have to make up as many bank recs, and that's what we did at that time.
And I guess the line 44 on page 2 of 3, the SG1 updated, that's not saying, that's not representing here's how many in addition to compliance we have banked, right?
No,
Like
that's,
that's treated elsewhere effectively.
it's really more to make up the shortfall is really what that's reflecting.
Okay, that's, yeah, because if you go, because your point is ultimately like, look how many additionally we have, that's going to way exceed 20.4%. You know, if you count it from just 2022, from we've blown it by so many, that probably puts you well above the 20% calculation. You're like you're way over that, right?
That's correct.
That's why I was kind of curious about how do we, right? You've explained that adequately. Thank you.
Yeah, it's an accounting issue. It's a little bit complicated, but.
No, and I get it. It's just, it's the way I was sort of reading the form more than anything. Okay. Okay, I think Mr. Phillips answered many of the questions I have about other matters, so I have no further questions to you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Aikenhead?
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. I have no further questions.
Any recross from anyone based on my questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yeah, have a good day.
You too.
All right, so it's 10:45. Why don't we just, before the next witness, take a quick break? We'll just go for 15 minutes. We'll come back. My computer's wrong. So what time is it?
It's like 10:48.
10:48. Let's just take a 12-minute break. We'll come back at 11. Is that acceptable?
Sounds
Okay,
good.
thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
And you're on YouTube, so turn off your stuff.
It's a good idea. Thank you for letting me interrupt you when I got fingered on the long numbers.
No, I apologize. I realized that was probably way too quick for someone trying to type that out.
Yep, I'm putting commas and everything and dollar signs or not, whatever percentage things. Yeah, I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
No problem at all. All right, it's 11 a.m. Appears we have a new attorney for PNM.
That's right, Mr. Hearing Examiner. This is Samantha Kelly. Ryan German introduced me earlier in the hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Gonzalez, we're back on the record.
Yes.
Everybody set? Okay, go ahead.
Do you want me to swear?
Oh, yes, yes, swear in the witness first, I thought. Well, let's call the witness. PNM, call your next witness.
Okay.
PNM is calling its next witness. This is Tom Baker.
Now, please swear in the witness, Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Sure. My name is Thomas Baker.
Could you please identify your employer and your position with that employer?
Sure. I am the manager of cost of service and I am employed by PNM Services Company. Sorry.
And do you have a copy of what has been labeled PNM's proposed exhibit number 5, which was uploaded to Dropbox?
I do.
Could you identify what this exhibit is?
Sure. This is my direct testimony filed in this case on June 1st, 2021.
And was this testimony prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
And do you have any corrections to make at this time that were not previously uploaded to Dropbox?
Not to my direct testimony, no.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that are in your direct testimony, would your answer be the same?
As clarified in my rebuttal testimony, yes, it is.
And is the testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
PNM moves to the admission of PNM's proposed exhibit 5.
Any objections? PNM 5 will be admitted.
And Mr. Baker, do you have a copy of what's been labeled PNM's proposed exhibit number 6 that was uploaded to Dropbox?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify what this exhibit is?
This is my rebuttal testimony filed in this case on September 17th, 2021.
And was this testimony prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to make at this time that were not previously uploaded to Dropbox?
I do. Referring to PNM table TSB1 rebuttal on page 5. The double asterisk footnote on the bottom of the table should be entirely stricken and replaced with NMPRC case number 21-00143-UT.
You go through that again, sir?
Sure. On the bottom of PNM table TSB1 to my rebuttal testimony, the double asterisk footnote at the very bottom of the table should be entirely stricken And the footnote should be NMPRC case number 21-00143-UT.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Baker, are those the only corrections that you have to make?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that are in your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is this testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge with the
Yes, it
corrections
is.
that you just made?
Sorry. Yes, it is.
And PNM now moves for the admission of PNM's Exhibit 6.
Any objections?
No objection.
PNM 6 will be admitted.
And I pass the witness for cross-examination.
Ms. Gould,
No cross, thank you.
Ms. Lynch,
No cross.
and Mr. Gorman.
Staff has no questions for Mr. Baker.
Okay, my turn. Mr. Baker, how are you, sir?
Good. How are you?
So you can give me some clarity. How did PNM inadvertently calculate the carrying charges?
On the Sky Blue regulatory asset? A simple oversight on my part when reviewing the work papers. The work papers were developed to be somewhat fully functional, so we can kind of plug and play. And so it was just a calculation error on my side where I carried that calculation forward.
Okay, simple enough explanation. I was just curious. So Mr. Reynolds in his direct testimony talks about, or he advises that all unamortized ITCs for all of PNM's existing utility solar-owned facilities should be placed in a regulatory liability. And the question I'd like to ask is, if we look at, this is your direct testimony, page 14. At line 8 there, PNM owned 2019 solar facilities, and the number is identified as elimination of ITC amortization, $762,107. I was just wondering what would be the number if we were to take Mr. Reynolds' suggestion and go with it? Like, do you know the number and value of the ITCs Mr. Reynolds' suggestion would capture?
No, I do not. And maybe I can clarify a little bit. The ITC amortization amount will change every year that PNM is unable to start amortizing ITC. And the reason is that the further into the life of the asset that you get, the shorter amortization period there is for that ITC. So that said differently, the ITC, the total ITC credit that PNM can take stays the same, but it has a shorter annual amortization amount. And so I think that really depends on when PNM can start actually recognizing the ITC, and that'll determine the annual amortization amount.
Okay, well, let me ask you we'll just try to make sure I understand. When he says that all unamortized ITCs for all of PNM's existing utility solar-owned facilities should be placed in a regulatory liability, would that be more than the amount I'm looking at there at line 8?
Yes. So on line 8, that is only for the 2019 solar facility. That doesn't include the other facilities that PNM collects through the rider. And it also doesn't include the solar facility that PNM collects through base rates.
Okay. That's what I wanted to clarify first, is that like we're talking about a much larger, well, I don't know what the large number would be, but it's a different number and likely greater than what's represented here.
It is greater, yes, than what is represented on my table too.
Would you have any estimate as to what it would be, or you wouldn't want to venture a guess?
I don't. Maybe PNM witness Larry Morris has a better understanding of what that number would be.
Okay. So I guess my next question would be, assuming, if we were to take Mr. Reynolds' suggestion and accept it, and I'm not suggesting that I will, but I'm just hypothetically speaking, P&M is capable of generating that number, right? What it would be?
I mean, P&M would be able to determine that number, yes. But as further discussed by P&M witness Larry Morris, we are advising against it due to the normalization violations under the IT and the IRS rules.
No, and I understand. I'm really more just asking from a purely evidentiary perspective. It looks like at this juncture, we don't know what it is that number would be that Mr. Reynolds is suggesting.
That's correct. And it's based on assumption of whenever P&M would be able to start amortizing that ITC, which is unclear right now.
Okay. That's all my questions for you, sir. Thank you very much. Anyone else, any follow-up based on what I've just asked? Head shaking. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's no redirect from P&M.
Sure. Are you going to also present? Who's next?
We are calling our next witness, and I believe Dan Aikenhead is coming back for him.
Okay. And your next witness is it Pitts or?
Yes,
wrote this
Dr.
down.
Pitts. Dr. Pitts is up next.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, Mr. Aikenhead, please call P&M's next witness.
Thank you. P&M calls Dr. Heidi Pitts.
And Ms. Gonzalez, if you could swear in the witness.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Pitts.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name for the record and what position you hold with P&M?
My name is Heidi M. Pitts, and I'm a lead pricing analyst with P&M.
Did you sponsor any of the testimony that was pre-filed in this case?
Yes, I sponsored direct and rebuttal testimony.
Thank you. Would you please turn your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 7?
Okay, I'm there.
Thank you. Would you please identify what's been marked as Exhibit 7?
This is my direct testimony that was filed on June 1st, 2021.
Was your direct testimony what's been marked as Exhibit 7 prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Would you like to make any corrections to Exhibit 7?
No, I have no corrections.
If the questions in Exhibit 7 were asked of you today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is the testimony as set forth in Exhibit 7 true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Pitts. Mr. Ryan, I'd like to move admission of what's been marked as P&M Exhibit 7.
Any objections? PNM Exhibit 7 will be admitted.
Thank you. Dr. Pitts, would you please turn your attention to what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 8?
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. And what is that exhibit, Exhibit 8?
Exhibit 8 is my rebuttal testimony that was filed on September 17th, 2021.
And was what's been marked as Exhibit 8 prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes.
Would you like to make any changes to that testimony this time?
No.
If you were asked the same questions as set forth in Exhibit 8 today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Are your answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ryan, I'd like to move admission of what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 8, Dr. Pitts' rebuttal testimony.
Any objections? Exhibit 8 will be admitted. PNM.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Gould,
No cross, thank you.
Ms. Lynch,
No cross, thanks.
Mr. Borman,
Someday we'll have cross-examination for Dr. That day is not today.
good, okay. Dr. Pitts, how are you?
I'm good, Mr. Hearing Examiner. How are you?
Good. A lot of these hearings for me are an opportunity to talk to people who know a lot more than I do. So that's what I see this to be. And so I'll just going to ask you some questions so I can get educated. Can you please describe for me when Mr. Meyer says that the renewable energy cost should be assigned to customer classes based on a capacity allocation factor? Can you clarify in perhaps more clear terms precisely what that means? What is it that he's asking to be done by that?
That the traditional generation has a capacity factor to it that is often allocated using a demand methodology. So based on the KW that a customer class puts on the system, and he's advocating for that similar methodology, something that utilizes demand and not energy.
Okay, and then what would be the practical consequence of that request?
Well, the residential class doesn't pay a demand charge at all, so there would be no charge for them. Any class that didn't have a demand allocator would not pay the renewable rider.
In other words, so effectively, I mean, Mr. Myers is New Mexico area's witness. So he's asking, I mean, what is ultimately the goal of the desire? I mean, what does that lead to? I mean, you're saying, is it sort of additional subsidization of the residential classes?
No, I don't think that's what he's wanting, but I mean, he's looking towards the future, and I believe that he's laying the groundwork for how we are changing from a traditional utility system with traditional fossil fuel generation to a different non-traditional, or just it's a different utility system. All IOUs are moving towards that as they incorporate more and more renewable energy into their portfolios. And so the NARUC manual that has been used for cost allocation for a long time is based on the traditional utility system. And so it may be outdated several decades in the future, or a decade in the future, as we look towards a different utility system. And so, I think he's bringing up issues that will definitely be faced in the future and that we have to reconsider. But what PNM is saying is that this isn't the proceeding in which to do it. This is the RPS only proceeding. And so one of the other things he mentions is that this allocation methodology should also be used to change or to reallocate how the fuel clause, Rider 23, is allocated, because there kind of two parts of one thing. And so to look at both of them holistically, it should be done in a rate making proceeding or a rulemaking, again, where it affects all the utilities that are moving towards this more renewable energy paradigm, where traditional fossil fuels are retired, more renewable energy is brought on. So those days are coming for all utilities, and it's best, PNM believes, to address his proposal in a more comprehensive, holistic proceeding.
Yeah, and I understood that part of it, and I'm really just trying to understand when he's talking about, look at it from a capacity allocation factor, what that means and what it is that they're trying. Like, I guess I've heard your answers, and I'm still a little just trying to wrap my head around what the actual debate there really is about.
Well, I mean, he obviously can give the best answer as to what he meant. I can only interpret what I believe he meant, but he wants to move away from doing an energy only allocation based on a rate per kilowatt hour. And so, but the renewable energy portfolio is based on energy usage because it's a percentage of net retail sales, which are kilowatt hours. And so more renewable energy is brought on as net retail sales increase, as more energy is consumed. And so that's why the cost causation principle would say that we would link cost recovery of those renewable resources to the reason they were brought on the system, which is more energy consumption. So, I mean, that's my interpretation of what he's trying to move away from, but he can better clarify for you.
Sure. Well, I understand your point. You're just trying to give his impression. I'm really just trying to understand what it is that he's after here. And I appreciate you taking the time to educate me more about the subject matter. So let me see, one other question I had. You indicated at your rebuttal testimony that the commission already rejected the method Mr. Meyer has proposed here. Is that my understanding? Is that correct? That's what you say in your rebuttal testimony?
Well, I mentioned the original 2012 case, the 12-07 UT case where the Rider 36 was set. And NEMEAC, who's the predecessor for NM area, had argued in that case for like it was a percentage of the bill, either can't remember exactly the total bill or just the kilowatt hour usage. And PNM argued against that at the time because the example was that you could have an industrial customer and you could have a residential customer that use the same amount of kilowatt hours. And so the same amount of renewable energy would be brought on to serve that, again, as the percentage of net retail sales, but a percentage of the bill would be less for the industrial customer because energy costs are less for the industrial rate classes than for the residential rate classes. So it wouldn't be fair where if you calculate $1 per kilowatt hour charge that's applied to everyone, that's a more equitable outcome. And the final order agreed with that.
I see. Okay, that was basically what I asked him. I read the portion of the final order and then the recommended decision that was attached to it. And I didn't exactly derive from that what you just said. So that was the only point of clarification I wanted. So that was all I have for Dr. Pitts.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, if I could ask her, Ms. Dr. Pitts, some questions to follow up on your line of questioning.
Sure. So why don't we, let's just do that. So go ahead, Ms. Gould, and then we'll give Mr. Aikenhead an opportunity for redirect after you've asked your questions.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Good morning, Dr. Pitts. My name is Kelly Gould. I think that I've only had the pleasure of meeting you over the phone.
Yes, good morning, Ms. Gould.
Good morning. I represent NM Area, and as you know, formerly NIMIAC and MIEC for the court reporter. I just had some questions on regarding Mr. Hearing Examiner's questions, only if you know. I know they're a little outside the record. Do you know if the way that you understand Mr. Meyer's recommendation, if that would actually benefit large users or if it would actually harm large user? And when I mean benefit or harm, I mean, do you know if more costs would be borne by large users if Mr. Meyer's recommendation is adopted?
I don't know exactly, no.
Do you have a sense?
I would assume so, because again, what I said about there's no KW charge for, say, the residential class. And so if we're using a demand allocator, a KW allocator, they wouldn't have one. So I would assume that they would bear more cost, but I have not calculated that.
Yeah, so it would be worse off for large users, essentially.
It could be.
Thank you. And so the other question I had was the comparison that you made and the discussion you had with Mr. Hearing Examiner about NIMIAC's recommendation in the 2012 case. These two recommendations are not the same. Is that your understanding?
Right, they're not the same. They were recommending a percentage, again, of either the bill or the energy consumption portion of the bill back in 2012.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify that NM Area is not asking for the exact same rate treatment that it did in 2012. Is that correct?
That is correct, but they are advocating for not using the dollar per kWh recovery method.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yeah, and then so Ms. Pitts, bridge the gap there. Why is it? I mean, I understand you to be saying, and Ms. Gould just points out, it's not identical, but it seems like your position as well. It's functionally very similar. So explain that.
Well, PNM's point is just that the appropriate methodology is the energy, recovering it, tying it to energy, a dollar per kWh charge that is more equitable, since that is the reason that those resources are brought online, is because as more energy is consumed, more energy, renewable energy resources are brought online to serve the RPS. And so the two methods, while not the same, but they are the same in that they want to go away from the dollar per kWh charge. And that's what PNM is saying was rejected.
Okay. Mr. Aikenhead, do you have anything for Dr. Pitts?
I do not.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yes.
Thank you all. We will go ahead and switch so we can call the next witness.
Okay, P&M, go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. Apologies for the delays while we change over. PNM now calls its next witness, Larry Morris.
Ms. Gonzalez, if you could please swear Mr. Morrison.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I don't think we heard you, sir.
I do.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Larry T. Morris.
Could you identify your employer and your position with that employer, please?
I'm employed by PNMR Services Company as the Director of Tax.
And do you have a copy of what has been labeled as PNM's proposed Exhibit 9 that has been uploaded to Dropbox?
Yes.
Could you identify what this exhibit is?
It is my rebuttal testimony that was filed September 17th.
And was this testimony prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to make to this testimony at this time that were not previously uploaded to Dropbox?
No, I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that are asked in this testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is the testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
PNM moves for the admission of PNM Exhibit 9.
Any objections? PNM Exhibit 9 is admitted.
And I pass the witness for cross-examination.
Ms. Gould,
No cross, thank you.
Ms. Lynch, I take that as a no. Mr. Borman.
I have no questions.
Okay, Mr. Morris, how are you, sir?
Good, thank you, sir.
Good. So I understand Mr. Reynolds' testimony, and what I said to Dr. Pitts, I'll say to you, I'm eager to have someone who's a tax professional educate me about tax matters. So Mr. Reynolds appears to be saying, and you can correct me if you think I'm misunderstanding his argument, but just listen to my question. He appears to be saying that the incentive tax credits played a role in the selection of the facilities, and the amortization process is a way by which PNM can ultimately save money, and that those savings get passed along to ratepayers. And so I guess I want you to try to help me understand, I mean, is that basically correct? And can you kind of give me additional understanding about how ITCs work and amortization?
Okay.
I'm asking a very general question, sir. I'm just asking for you to give me a bit of education.
Sure. So the investment tax credit is a federal tax credit that is based on the investment in qualifying property. In this case, we're talking about renewable property that's eligible for the investment tax credit. The investment tax credit has been around for a long time. It initially applied to a much broader range of property, not just renewables. And so so PNM has investment tax credits that relate to non-renewable facilities that are included in base rates, as well as at least one renewable facility. And then also investment tax credits related to the investments in the assets that are in the RPS.
Okay, so then when you're amortizing them, that ultimately results, I guess, as a tax credit in a savings of some kind. Is that right?
So when PNM can utilize the tax credit on its tax return against its tax payable, we would begin amortization of that tax credit at that point in time. And so the amortization is essentially the flow through to customers of that benefit over time after PNM receives the actual benefit. Until we can utilize that credit against our taxes payable, PNM hasn't received the benefit of it. It's earned it by making the investment, but it hasn't yet received the benefit of it.
And all the documents I've seen talking, well, I mean, I just browsing around in books and websites, whatever, amortization is a similar concept to depreciation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Amortization is taking a balance and reducing it by a ratable amount over a period of time.
And so if I understand with depreciation, it's like it's the value of the asset itself expensed over time. Is the amortization of the tax credit, like what are you amortizing exactly? Just the amount of the credit itself, or am I just confused?
So yes, it's the amount of the credit. So for example, if you had $100 of ITC credit that was utilized on the utilities tax return, and let's say it was over the underlying asset had a 10-year life, then the amortization would be 1/10 per year, or $10 per year over the life of the asset.
The starting initial value, though, is whatever the federal tax code says is the maximum of the tax credit. Is that right?
That's exactly right, yes.
All right, that's good. I'm not a tax professional, sir, so it's very helpful to have you folks explaining this stuff. I feel much more informed. Thank you. So the basic testimony that you've presented is that what Mr. Reynolds has suggested be done here would effectively violate the tax code.
That's exactly right. Yes. In my testimony, I explained that Mr. Reynolds' suggestion would result in a normalization violation under the tax law.
And that's simply, that is just an unmovable object.
Yes, that is right. The normalization rules are very strict and the penalties are very steep.
And my guess is, since you didn't supply direct testimony, I believe, I can't remember which of the witnesses, but they sort of lay out what you say, but in a much more condensed general way. Your involvement here was probably predicated upon, hey, well, look, we need to alert the commission that this suggestion to do something is going to be a real problem. Is that the basic correct statement?
I believe that's right, yes.
Okay. So I just want to really quickly get you to address some specific portion of his testimony, Mr. Reynolds' testimony. So I'm going to turn to page 20 of Mr. Reynolds' testimony here, line number 4. I'm sorry, it's actually line number 1. So it starts with that sentence at the top there. PNM was unable to fully amortize any ITC during 2020 as originally projected, thus depriving customers of benefits, and so on and so on. And then Mr. Reynolds writes, it's now unclear when or if PNM will be able to monetize the ITC. So I just want to stop right there. I mean, in your view, is the question about the monetizing and the amortization, he's the same thing that he's basically talking about?
So the monetizing and amortizing are linked, but they're not the same thing. The monetizing is when the utility can actually use the credit to reduce its tax payable, when essentially it gets converted to cash for the utility. And then the amortization is the benefit that flows through to customers over the useful life of the asset.
Oh, I see. So you would monetize it and then pass along. Is that correct, or would that not be correct?
No, that's correct. Once the credit can be utilized to reduce taxes payable for the utility, then it begins to be amortized to benefit customers over the remaining useful life of the asset.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And so then my point of my question is ultimately, it comes down to that bottom sentence there right before the break, before the question. ITCs do not last forever, and customers now face the risk of paying more for renewable energy than they would have had they benefited from the ITC. And I guess I was left wondering, your testimony is that PNM will be able to amortize these ITCs to the benefit of customers, and it intends to. Is that correct? Have I correctly stated your testimony?
That is correct, yes.
And is there any risk that PNM will not be able to do that?
There is a very, very remote risk that that the ITCs could expire unused. The investment tax credits have a 20-year period over which they're available to be utilized, after which they expire. We certainly believe very strongly that we will fully utilize all of the ITCs that we have available to us before they expire. But there is again, very remote possibility that a significant change in tax law or something could come through that could limit our ability to do so. But it would have to be a significant change from our current situation in order for something like that to happen.
And I thought you were going to say that it was partly contingent upon PNM coming out of that net operating loss status that you're operating in, right? That has to be addressed, and then is that correct? Is that what you said in your testimony, sir?
So yes, we do need to come out of net operating loss because while we're in a net operating loss position, we don't have any taxes payable. It reduces our taxable income to zero. So there are no taxes payable to utilize the investment tax credit against.
Right.
We expect to be out of an NOL position in the very near future. And I believe that the oldest facility with unused ITC that we're talking about was placed in service in 2013. And so this would not be an issue until 2033 at the earliest. And so and we're highly confident that unless there was like a catastrophic change in the tax law, we're convinced that we would be able to utilize these going forward.
And it sounds like none of the issues in this proceeding relating to the RPS and the resources that were discussed by Mr. Phillips and Mr. Gutierrez really, does that have any bearing on any of these issues?
No, I don't believe it has a direct bearing on these issues.
Okay. That's all I have for you, sir, Ms. Moore. Thank you. You're very clear in describing these complex questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
So any further questioning from any of the interveners based on my questions? I see head shaking. No. Any redirect from PNM?
I just have one question on redirect, Mr. Morris. Earlier, we were discussing Mr. Reynolds' testimony, and you explained that it would cause a normalization violation if we followed it. I guess I just am wondering if you could explain to us, if we just went ahead with this, if there were a normalization violation, could you tell us what the total value of the ITCs would be?
So the total value of the ITCs that would have to be returned to the IRS is approximately $74 million. That includes both what's in the RPS and what's in the utilities base rates.
Okay. I have no further questions on redirect. Thank you.
And thank you for asking that question, because it actually reminded me that I was having a conversation with Mr. Baker about the total number of ITCs. And we had one piece of testimony from him about that. And he indicated you would be the better person to ask. So if you can just clarify for me, that number you just quoted to your counsel there.
Yes.
So that's that all the ITCs that PNM has for all of its renewable resources?
Yes, so that would be the amount associated with the unamortized investment tax credits that we have not utilized yet.
So if Mr. Reynolds says that those should all be placed into a regulatory liability, that what was that number again? 74 million?
Yes, roughly 74 million. That's right.
Okay, and in the event that Mr. Reynolds's recommendation was accepted, I'm assuming PNM is capable of like putting forth a piece of paper that says, hey, here they all are, here's what they are, and here's what they amount to. I'm asking more for just clarity of the record.
Yes, we could definitely put a schedule together like that.
Okay. I'm not suggesting that we will, I'm just saying we don't, that was never introduced as a point of evidence in this case. So it's good to know that it can be done. Nothing further from myself. Any big questions, follow up based on what I just asked, Mr. Morris? No. Thank you, Mr. Morris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. That draws PNM's presentation to a close. Ms. Gould, do you want to do Mr. Meyer?
Yes, I think we could get through with Mr. Meyer some fairly quickly. If
Yeah.
the other parties are okay, and if the court reporter is okay. Good morning. My name is Kelly Gould. I represent New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, also known as NM Area. Could you please introduce yourself and spell your name for the record?
Wait, we'll just swear Mr. Meyer in first.
sorry.
That's fine. It's always, go ahead, Ms. Gonzalez.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please introduce yourself and spell your name for the record?
My name is Greg Meyer, Gregmeyer.
And who are you employed by?
I'm employed by Brubaker and Associates, Inc.
What's your job title?
I'm a principal with the company.
And who are you providing testimony for today?
The New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, including special participation of Greater Cuda.
You have in front of you what has been marked as NM Area Exhibit 1, titled The Direct Testimony of Greg R. Meyer, filed on behalf of New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, filed on August 27th, 2021. Is that true?
Yes,
Is this a correct copy of your direct testimony filed in this case?
it is.
And was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
If the same questions were asked of you today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
I ask Mr. Hearing Examiner to move into evidence NM Area Exhibit 1.
Any objections? NM Area Exhibit 1 will be admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I pass the witness for cross-examination.
PNM, any questions for Mr. Meyer?
No cross-examination from PNM. Thank you.
Ms. Lynch, any questions for Mr. Meyer? Mr. Borman?
Hi, sorry. No, I'm here. I'm just on mute and it's challenging to unmute. So I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Borman, any questions for Mr. Meyer?
I do not have any questions for Mr. Meyer.
Okay, Mr. Meyer, I guess I'm going to just ask a few questions. So I try to get I asked Ms. Pitts to sort of generally describe what it is that she understood you to be asking, and I'm going to do the same thing. So in your testimony at page 9, you write, to the extent that new renewable generation is acquired, NM area would recommend that some portion of the new resource costs be assigned to customer classes based on a capacity allocation factor. So give me the layman's explanation as to what it is you're asking for and why you think that's important and what it achieves.
Okay. Well, first, let me make it be clear that we're not asking for this treatment in this proceeding. We're fine with the results of the RPS. There's a proliferation, and it's documented above on page 9 that this state is moving towards a large amount of renewable generation, and that renewable generation is replacing what I'll call fossil fuel plants. And utility must build its system to not only meet the energy needs of the customers, but also the peak needs, the capacity needs. So what we're asking in this regard, and we filed this, I think, as you note, or it was noted on the next page, we filed these same comments, these general comments in several dockets. We're just seeking some opportunity with the commission to present arguments that says that these assets should not be allocated or should not, the revenue requirements associated with these assets and their investments not being necessarily collected strictly on an energy basis, but that some portion of it should be allocated to capacity and then distributed to the different rate classes.
And that's because the individuals that you're representing here are large energy users. And I mean, I understand generally that there's demand costs because large energy users contribute to like a high amount of energy use at certain periods of time. And that exceeds, that's sort of what makes the peak demand grow at a way that has to be accounted for in some way. Is that basically correct?
I think you've got the general idea. Typically, the industrial customers have a higher load factor, which means that they take energy constantly throughout the year. Whereas in a lot of the jurisdictions that we're involved in, the residential customer class is more what I'll call peakier. And then, in other words, it reacts more to changes in weather and they're more weather sensitive. To the extent that you have to build generation to meet that peak, then all we're suggesting is that there should be some portion of those generators allocated to the need to meet the peak, which is it's a requirement of the utility to have to build for, and that the energy, the other, you can allocate it strictly on all the peak, or there could be a combination of capacity and energy, and that's what we're seeking to have the opportunity to discuss with the commission.
Okay. Just 1 sec. I assume in part as we move towards a more renewable portfolio, I mean, everything will be renewable at some point, but 40% in 2025. I assume is the position that NM area takes that the problem becomes more significant as there's more renewable? How does that work? Maybe you can explain.
Well, to the extent that you still have fossil generation that's being allocated on capacity, and then you're moving to renewables where right now it's all assigned on energy, the problem gets magnified as you keep moving more towards a total renewable portfolio.
Okay.
So, and one thing I would just mention, because I can tell you've read all the testimony. We're not advocating to wait till 2040 for this. We would like to see this done, or at least have the ability to address this concern in their next rate case, in PNM's next rate case.
Yeah, I understood. I had the impression, and Dr. Pitts talked about this is an appropriate issue for that, and it sounds like you acknowledge as much. This is a fairly significant change. Yeah. All right, well, that's all I had for you, Mr. Meyer. Appreciate you helping me to try to understand it all. Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Meyer from anyone else? Head shaking. Very good. Mr. Meyer, appreciate your participation.
Thank you.
All right, so it's 11:58. Do we want to take lunch and then do staff? I'd like to do that.
Sure, well, you're in charge.
No, I don't want to, I mean, it would be great to get through it all, but I have a fair number of questions for Mr. Reynolds. And we'll have Mr. Phillips come back after, so we don't need to rush this. And it is 11:56. Let's just come back at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. I'll see you then.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think John's gonna come back in, but I'll let him do that, I guess. You want to just close that door over there so we don't, oh, sorry, I just saw John come back in. All right. So it's 1 o'clock. We got everybody here.
Not everybody, but
not everybody.
I don't know.
I see P&M, I see staff, I see Mr. Tupler. I do not see Miss Lynch, and Miss Gould is not with us yet. Why don't we wait just 1 more minute? While we're still off the record, Mr. Borman, who's going to go first? Mr. Tupler?
I was planning to put Mr. Tupler on first. And
That's
that
good.
was any questions that he would defer, then Mr. Reynolds could answer them.
There's Miss Lynch.
Just waiting now for Ms. Gould.
Yep. We'll give her a minute and then we'll just get started if she's joins a little late. I guess, since we're waiting for her, real quickly, this is just off-record conversation. Does anyone object to Mr. Reynolds being here in the room? I mean, does anyone care about that?
No, P&M certainly doesn't object, and I'm curious to see how it goes. So I'm
Yeah,
glad
I mean,
to-
so I had an email from Ashley, and his question was, well, what happens if other people show up, and is there an advantage to being in the room? And I understand it. I'm not poo-pooing that. But I mean, my philosophy was really, and this may be a generational thing, I don't know. You being here on my screen is just as good as me being in a room with you. I mean, that's my own philosophy, but I don't know if people agree with that or not.
I'd rather be in the room, to be honest. When John mentioned this to me last night, I was sort of like, I was pretty much all prepared to do this from my office. And so I didn't want to have to switch gears and go into the room. So,
Mr. German, do you
Yeah.
feel the same? I mean, do you feel like room or Zoom, who cares? We're all here talking. Is that?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the Zoom. There are times when I do think it's beneficial to be in the same room as the witness, and going forward, of course, I think if certain witnesses have the opportunity of appearing in the same room as the hearing examiner, then all parties should have that opportunity for their attorneys or their witnesses to be there. But certainly for this case, as kind of a first trial, yeah, I think it's great that Mr. Reynolds is able to testify in person.
Yeah. I guess part of it too is it seems like we just expended all these public dollars investing in this technology. Someone ought to use it. I don't know. I can appreciate the fact that, maybe if an attorney had some presence and it was sort of intimidating or something, there's something to be gained being in there and present. But, again, it's like digital presence or actual presence. I mean, I don't really see there being a whole big difference, to be honest with you.
in these sort of proceedings, I don't know that it makes a great deal of difference.
Well, and we had Crystal Winters, if you remember, Mr. Borman, and I'll just give and that was a case involving credibility determinations and should she be believed and who told the best story, right?
Yeah.
And I felt like she came across pretty well. I mean, like I didn't feel like I wasn't able to judge her credibility because she was on a computer.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
All right, why don't we get started? I don't know where Ms. Gould is. Sorry.
I texted her and I don't know, I haven't heard a response from her, but I just texted her to let her know that we're ready to start.
Yeah, it's about 5 after. It's 4. I mean, I'll wait one more minute and then we'll just get started.
She may have had the same problem I did. I logged back in and my computer decided to update. One of those uncontrollable updates.
Yeah, that happens. Go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say thank you. I think it's admirable to aim for a hybrid solution to these hearings.
And I'm like, one of the things I would say, I mean, for the utilities, El Paso Electric specifically, I read something, there was like the commission asked people to make, feedback, and they all indicated, well, it's a great benefit to not to have witnesses travel. And that was just EPE having to say it, but a lot of the interveners, of course, you guys are going to have witnesses in other states, and it makes it more easy for them to do their jobs. That's my view. And if we can make it more efficient, I mean, efficiency is good, right?
Yeah, we've had a number of cases already where we've had witnesses from the East Coast and other places. So
it seems to be working.
Yeah, it is. It's working very well. I'm going to leave my mask on for this because John and I are he'll be sitting closer in the near future, Mr. Reynolds. So, and I think if we were going to have more people in the room, we would definitely need to have a lot of masks on. So it's kind of useful just to see if our court reporter has any problems, just following. I don't think she will, but we'll just give it a try. All right, so we'll go back on the record. Ms. Gonzalez.
at this point, staff would call its first witness, Mark Tupler.
Ms. Gonzalez, you swear Mr. Tupler in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tupler.
Good afternoon, Mr. Borman.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am a utility economist in the NMPRC's utility division.
And as part of those duties, did you review the application by Public Service Company of New Mexico for approval of its 2022 renewable portfolio plan, along with the testimony filed in the case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And based upon that review, did you prepare or participate in preparing testimony regarding that application?
Yes, I did.
You should have before you a document that's marked as Staff Exhibit 1. Do you have that?
I do.
Can you identify it?
It is my direct testimony dated August 27, 2021.
Okay, was staff exhibit 1 prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was prepared by me.
Okay, do you have any changes or corrections to staff exhibit 1?
No, sir.
If I asked you today the same questions as are set forth in staff exhibit 1, would your answers be the same?
They would be the same.
Okay, are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you adopt staff exhibit 1 as your sworn testimony in this matter?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. At this time, I move admission of staff exhibit 1.
Any objections? With staff exhibit 1.
Mr. Tupler is available for cross-examination.
So we'll go to Ms. Gould first.
I have no cross, thank you.
I guess, well, P&M, I thought you could go.
I have no questions for Mr. Tupler.
Yeah, Ms. Lynch.
I also have no questions.
Okay, and I don't either. So, Mr. Tupler, your presence today was pretty brief. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Well, then at this time, staff calls its next witness, John Reynolds.
Okay, and so Mr. Reynolds, for the record, is present in the room with me today. You just got to turn that mic on, Mr. Reynolds. Just press the little, there we go. And so we're doing as an experiment today, it's good to say this on the record, our first hybrid hearing in which this is conducted via Zoom, but we now have the technology to have a live person, and we're just doing this as an experiment, really. So Mr. Reynolds and I are in the same room. We're both wearing masks, and yeah. Okay, let's swear you in, Ms. Gonzalez.
Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reynolds.
Good afternoon, Mr. Borman.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission as the Utility Division Director.
As part of your duties in that position, did you review the application by Public Service Company of New Mexico for approval of its 2022 RPS plan, along with the testimony filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
And based upon that review, did you prepare or participate in preparing testimony regarding that application?
Yes.
You should have a document that has been marked as Staff Exhibit 2. Can you identify that document?
That is my direct testimony in this case, filed on August 27, 2021.
Was Staff Exhibit 2 prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
Yes, I have 3 changes.
Can you walk us through those corrections or changes?
Yes, on page 4, line 15, second half of that line has the word generally twice. So I would like to strike the second generally. So after the number 5, it should read generally address the revenue. On page 26, on line 12, the word projects should be singular, so it should be project delays. And lastly, on page 28, line 2, after the word that, you need to insert the word is. So it should start to read Exhibit SG2 that is based on staffs.
And those are all of your changes?
Yes.
Okay. If I asked you the same questions as are set forth in staff exhibit 2, would your answers be the same as you have just corrected them?
Yes,
Are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
yes,
Do you adopt staff exhibit 2 as your sworn testimony in this matter?
yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I move admission of staff exhibit 2.
Any objections? Staff exhibit 2 will be admitted. And let me just ask for Ms. Gonzalez, are you able to hear Mr. Reynolds sufficiently?
Yes, I am.
Is it very clear?
Very clear, yes.
Interesting. It's actually because Mr. Reynolds' voice to me sounds sitting next to him kind of quiet, but you guys can hear him fine. One of the benefits of technology, I suppose.
Or maybe she just has better ears than us.
It might be.
I think, you know what, I'm listening to the mic, through the mic. So maybe that is really what's helping. I don't know. But it's like, I can hear him.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, so are you?
You have admitted his testimony, so he's available for cross-examination.
And let's go first to P&M. Do you have any questions for Mr. Reynolds?
No questions for Mr. Reynolds.
Ms. Gould?
No cross, thank you.
Ms. Lynch?
I also don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess my opportunity, Mr. Reynolds. Okay, so in your testimony, Mr. Reynolds, you mentioned the 215 case, the 21-00215, and you talked that initially PNM expected a decision in that case by October 1. And that's not going to happen, obviously, because I'm just wondering, does that change your assessment of any of this at all? Because I'm assigned the 215 case, and that's going to be at the end of this month, end of October, and then whatever amount of time it takes to write the RD and do all that work. I'm just wondering if that at all influences.
To a limited degree, it extends the uncertainty about the resources that PNM is seeking approval for. And I think Mr. Phillips mentioned earlier that once the PNM has the approval, they can move forward with the actual development of those projects into actual projects. So I expect that for PNM, for that purpose, a sooner approval would be preferable.
Okay. So throughout your testimony, you indicated that you had uncertainty about the 2022 projections. And I guess, does the rebuttal testimony and what we heard today from Mr. Gutierrez, who described the worst case scenario, do you still believe there remains uncertainty, or has anything persuaded you otherwise?
The uncertainty that I had expressed at the time I filed my testimony was partly predicated on what I did not know about La Jolla project, and that appears to be online at the moment. And as of the end of August, there was no information. I mean, at the end of August, all I knew is that PNM expected it to be online in June. But I also knew from my past experience that a year ago, PNM expected La Jolla to be online by the end of 2020. And based on that, they expected to meet the RPS in 2021. But now that project has been delayed. It is now starting up, and PNM it appears will not meet the RPS in 2021. So it's a long response to your question, but the fact that it's now online suggests to me that my uncertainty is significantly reduced with respect to 2022. So it's highly likely that they will meet the RPS in 2022.
All right, so let's think about what you just said there for 1 second too. There was discussion about 2020 and 2021 and the need to have enough RECs this year to make all that up. Do you have concerns about 2020 or 2021 further?
Well, in 2021, PNM will not have enough RECs to meet the 20% requirement. So they will not have excess recs available to meet any prior shortfall. In 2022, PNM is projecting that they will have recs, they will generate recs in excess of their need to meet the RPS, and they will use those. They intend to use those excess recs to backfill both 2021 and 2020.
So are you satisfied with what Mr. Gutierrez said today about? I mean, I had a question about when I looked at his SG1, the varying iterations we saw of it, those charts in which he laid out, he never specified, here's what they were, needing to meet 20, here's what they needed to meet 2021, and now here we are in 2022. That's not all laid out there. It's just basically condensed into those little parentheses to show the deficiency. But I heard him say effectively like what they've created or what they anticipate creating will get them there. Although I'm not just thinking to myself right now, did they in fact say that they're going to have enough 2022 to definitely make up all of 20 and 21? What was your opinion on that subject?
Yeah, I agree that there's no supporting exhibit or calculation to describe the number of recs that they will backfill for 2020, the number of the recs that they project will be necessary to backfill 2021, and what the resulting recs will be. Well, they do have the calculation about the resulting recs at the end of 2022, but the recs at the beginning of 2021 will be in brackets. It'll be a negative number.
Right.
And but I do generally agree with what I heard him say earlier today, that they, based on what the plan is, they should be able to generate excess recs beyond what they need to backfill 2020 and 2021.
Now, whether that gets them as far ahead in 2022, ultimately, I suppose, is contingent upon the startup of these projects, I suppose.
Yes, I mean, they've, as you mentioned, it's a fluid situation, and they just recently updated the schedules again,
Right.
which based on the second delay, further delay of the San Juan project. And without trying to harp on it too much, I mean, a year ago, they thought they would meet 2021 based on La Jolla starting up at the end of 2020. Well, that didn't happen. So I mean, projections and what actually takes place subsequently will, may be separate or may converge, and it's hard to predict, especially in under today's conditions where supply chains are stressed.
Yeah, nobody denies that. So I suppose, I mean, I heard them say that, I guess my question to you next will be, do you still stand by your recommendation that they have some form of reporting requirement moving forward?
Yes, I do.
And nothing that you heard today changes your perspective about that?
About the reporting requirement?
Yeah,
No, I think they should still submit additional reporting in this case about where they expect to be, where they will be in December, and then again in February next year when they reconcile 2021 actuals with 2021.
And the reason you think to do that is I mean, I can fill in an answer, but just for you can supply it, because why?
Well, I mean, the reason is, in the context of this case, is for the commission to be aware of on a more real-time basis where PNM stands with respect to meeting the RPS. I mean, the RPS changed to 20% in 2020. Here we are now 18, 19, 20 months later. I mean, PNM has not met the RPS yet, and they will when they backfill. But so I think given the supply chain issues, I think that it's appropriate for PNM to inform the commission more frequently than has been the pattern in the past with respect to this, to meeting the RPS.
I understand. So, and I heard Mr. Borman, your counsel, have an exchange with Mr. Phillips in the very beginning of our proceedings today. in which, they had discussion about, I'm completely blanking on the name. It's the, it begins with the letter C, the project. Why am I unable to come up with the name of that thing? It sounds like Comstock or something like that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Rockmont.
Rockmont, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got lost in there. But the questions Mr. Borman was asking Mr. Phillips had to do with steps PNM had taken to get the project moving forward. There's obviously an issue with the developer. Do you have a sense, hearing that, as I know you did that give you any additional thoughts about the subject of your testimony? Your general kind of conclusions of the nature of the delays, and this might be more problematic than PNM's letting on.
Yeah, I think there's still some uncertainty about whether PNM's plans will pan out in the way they expect them to. And so I think that, as the only way to address it, that uncertainty, well, one of the ways to address that uncertainty from the commission's perspective is for PNM to keep the commission more informed than just once a year in this kind of case.
Yeah, and I mean, what I think was surprising to me to hear was, one of the options for the Rockmont is if it really falls through, then a new RFP, which I assume takes a considerable amount of time. I don't know suggesting that's happening, but I heard that was one of the answers given, which was, well, that's one thing we could do, which that doesn't sound terribly desirable.
Right, and I think, I think Mr. Phillips mentioned that if these discussions on assigning the project to a new entity don't pan out, that would be what they would do, is look at issuing another RFP. That's conceivably one of the steps they would take. The PNM has moved pretty fast on these in the past. It's just that the timing, the current supply chain issues have added an extra degree of uncertainty, and probably would require PNM to start the RFP process sooner than they otherwise would in a normal context.
The other thing I heard Mr. Phillips say was with Rockmont, he said that it was the only time in his career he was aware of that type of a 8 minutes notification of saying effectively, we don't know if we can do this. And I know I'm sort of paraphrasing, but is this unusual to you? Is this what's occurred here with that particular project?
I've worked on PNM RPS cases for the last 8-9 years or so, and it's in that context, it's unusual to me for a contract like that to be delayed to this extent. I mean, in the past, there have been more mix of utility-owned developments versus third-party developments. Now there's more third-party developments. So the risk has changed a little bit, but certainly this is unusual to me. He has much longer experience than I do, I believe, but it seemed very unusual to me.
Good, I'm glad to. So I showed that filing earlier to Mr. Phillips, and it was that document. It was the La Jolla. Were you familiar with that at all? It was the document that I showed to Mr. Phillips, and it was from 18-353. And it just shows that, I mean, I have it right here. It's the same document. It shows the phase 2 of the PPA being completed on 7/15/21, and it represents that it's 85% complete. We might hear from Mr. Phillips on what this means later, but I'm just curious if that was something you saw.
Yes, I did see that, and I looked these up after I read Mr. Phillips' testimony, and I think this was filed on the same day or day before, day after his testimony was filed. So I was curious about it because, as I pointed out in my testimony, filed in late August, I assumed that some kind of compliance filing would have been made if it had started up in June, as Mr. Phillips asserted. And it wasn't there at the time I filed my testimony. So, but in any case, it's been filed now. So I'm familiar with those documents.
So is that, I guess, as far as you're aware, I mean, does this look like the COD date's going to be July 15/21? That's what it appears to say on page, whatever page this is. It doesn't actually have a page number.
Yeah, I have it in front of me. What I understand that filing to be on September 17th in case 18-00353-UT is that there are 2 quarterly filings, one for the second quarter of 2021 and another one for the third quarter of
Oh,
2021.
yeah, I see that. Yeah, okay.
And the one for the third quarter of 2021 is referred to as a final. So I assume it's the last of the quarterly
Oh,
reports.
and that actually shows a 7/19 completion date.
Right, and that shows, yeah, there are 2 changes. It's a 7/19 instead of 7/15.
yeah.
And it also shows 100% complete instead
Right.
of 85% complete. So that's my interpretation of it, is that the commercial, the COD or commercial operation date for the project is 7/19. Phase 2 of that project is 7/19/2021.
Okay. And I can't remember if that was different from what you had examined in terms of do you recall if when the time you're writing your testimony, was that the assessment as to when it would be completed? Or I guess you didn't even know whether it was operational when you were writing your testimony.
I was relying on Mr. Phillips' testimony that it was expected to start in June.
Okay.
And the testimony in support of the application that was filed June 1st.
Okay.
And so 3 months later, roughly in late August, when I filed my testimony, I did not see a compliance filing to that effect. So I was concerned that there were delays, possibly significant delays. But now we know that the project has started either June or July, which is based on this compliance filing.
So if the answer is if it is going to be operational or fully operational by July 19, I think that you maybe commented earlier that that's to you resolve some of the uncertainty here.
Yeah, it's a significant project, and so it does resolve a good amount of the uncertainty as far as meeting the 2022 requirements.
Okay. So as regards the San Juan projects, if I understand from the most recent update, let's look at Mr. Phillips' most recent rebuttal. That's going to be PNM 10. I believe he said for both of them, and I hope I'm not misstating, for the San Juan projects, which would be the Arroyo and the San Juan solar projects, they're going to be operational in this. Here's Arroyo. PNM inspected the Arroyo solar. The projects have been partially.
I'm sorry, please repeat what you're reading. I'm not getting
That's
that.
okay. No, I'm sorry. I'd like just strike that I said that. I'm just trying to find the actual statements about the completion dates of these projects. So on page 3, at line 9, PNM recently received an email from the developer that the expected schedule has been further delayed, and the developer now expects the project will begin a stage deployment in December of 2022 with full completion by April of 2023. So that's the San Juan project. So what bearing does that have, if at all, on your assessment, Mr. Reynolds?
My take on that further delay is that that project will not generate any RECs in 2022. And well, it will generate a small amount of RECs in 2022. I think it's 6,000 or so RECs in 2022, and with full completion in 2023. So it delays the project by roughly 9 or 10 months from its original commercial operation date. So I see it as a loss of 9 or 10 months of generation from that facility.
And then the Arroyo, it's the next page over. It's page 4. That's 16 lines, 16 to 18. the Arroyo Solar project developer is experiencing supply chain delays and anticipates partial service by the initial commercial operation date of June 22, with full production in September of 2022. So that gives them 3 more months of rec production in the year of 2022.
Three fewer months of rec production in 2022. I think you said 3 more.
Well, I guess for the year of 2022, September to December, I guess. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay.
Well, in any case, you understand either way of saying it is.
Right.
So I guess overall, but Mr. Gutierrez still tells us, oh, don't worry, we've got more than adequate recs. So do you concur?
Based on what we know now, there should be sufficient recs to meet the RPS at least between now and 2024. But that's a 20% RPS requirement.
Yeah.
And so in 2025, that will jump to 40%. And I think Mr. Gutierrez told you, and that's been my understanding for some time, that PNM is expecting to build a bank of recs between now and the end of 2024. And they will need that bank to meet the requirements starting in 2025. Over time, they will develop projects that will eventually allow them to meet them year for year or on a time for time basis. But I think in the early years of the 40% requirement, at least in the early years, they will need banked recs to meet that requirement.
We heard Mr. German interject earlier on one of the questions and say, well, we're here focused on the 2022 RPS. But what I hear you saying now is that it's really difficult to sort of focus only on one aspect or 1 year of your RPS, given that, PNM's strategy is to bank in order to build up so that when we get the higher, so it's sort of impossible to just say, well, we just need to look at 2022, because you have to look at the whole. And then, in fact, we heard, the PNM strategy does in fact require us to think prospectively because it is part of the plan.
Yes, I think that's our perspective as well, is that we need to look and see if they're on track to meeting the next successive RPS requirements. And the statute provides for, the Renewable Energy Act provides for showing a reasonable and consistent progress towards successively higher requirements. So it is hard to predict what will happen. And but I think we have an obligation to at least try and look forward and see if we're on track.
Let me ask you this question. Is there any evidence that indicates to you, because when I was speaking with Mr. Phillips earlier, I think, it would be unfair to say that PNM could take responsibility for global supply chain failure. Like, that's outside of anyone's control. My question would be, is there any evidence that you're aware of which suggests that PNM's actions haven't been sufficient, and that in fact this is all just a big problem caused by something beyond their control? Is that your view, or do you have a different perspective based on something?
I don't have the view that PNM is not doing enough. I think that as Mr. Phillips said, his perspective is somewhere in the middle between maybe my pessimistic perspective and the developer's optimistic perspective, that he is somewhere in the middle. But I think it's good to keep a perspective that to consider both ends of the range. And so I have no doubt that PNM is doing the best it can to meet the RPS, but it's based on their, in the past, they don't always meet it. I don't think they'll meet it this year, and they're going to backfill it, and that's fine. But I don't see any reason that PNM has been deficient. I think this is just more of a quest for information, and in some ways puts PNM on the spot to try to say, what are their plans, or why what happened. And as you said, this is much bigger than PNM. can't buy a car, you can't get solar panels. This is a much bigger issue, but
Yeah.
the RPS is what it is. And so, we have an obligation to try to make sure that, or to do our best to try to monitor how well each utility is doing towards meeting the RPS.
Okay. So as to the ITC issue, you heard my conversation with Mr. Morris. His basic position as to your recommendation is that that would be a violation of the tax code. Do you accept that as an answer?
Yeah, I'm not a tax professional, but I accept what he's saying.
Okay. If it is in fact the case that to do as you suggest and require that those matters be placed into a regulatory liability has the tax consequence of basically creating a tax violation, then would you change your recommendation and say, no, don't do that then?
I accept that he knows that this would be a violation of the tax code, and if I would have liked the opportunity to check some of the documents that he's referenced in his testimony, but I accept I accept his conclusion that this could be or would be a violation of the tax code.
When you were saying in your testimony to go from your recommendation, so Mr. Phillips, not Mr. Phillips, excuse me, Mr. Baker presented to us a chart that showed the ITCs related to the 2019 renewable ITCs, right? It was that number of $700 some odd thousand. And then you went from there and said, well, now we should order PNM because of considerations about their ability to utilize amortization and monetization. This larger pool should be placed into a regulatory liability. That was a much larger amount of money. How did you get there?
Well, my recommendation was to set up a regulatory liability for ITCs related to PNM's solar projects.
Okay.
I believe the 78 million refers to the corporate ITC.
Oh,
all investments made by PNM, that there's 78 or so, I heard him say 78 million, then 74 million, but that there's some almost $80 million of investment tax credit that still needs to be monetized and subsequently amortized for the benefit of customers.
Okay, so do you have any knowledge or any information about what the total pool of money that you're talking about in terms of just the solar?
The 2019, as you said, was about 700,000 to be amortized in 2021, I believe is what it was scheduled for. And I don't know the total. That's what I believe that's the largest amount of any single PNM owned project, but of ITC, but I don't know the amount that only applies to the solar projects. No, I do not.
And so then why did you go from just a more limited? I'm trying to understand how you get to that conclusion where there's grounds to order with a larger pool of money. But what's the concept there?
That wasn't my intent. My intent was my recommendation was to set up a regulatory liability for the investment tax credit associated with the solar facilities whose costs are being recovered to the renewable energy rider.
But that would still be more than just the 700,000, would it, or would it not?
It would be, yes.
Okay. But not significantly more, we don't know.
I don't know if it's significant. I mean, I think it might be twice as much, but I'm not sure. But I think it would be a fair bit more than 700,000.
And the reason to include the fair bit more is because why? Because you have broader concerns about how they're dealing with ITCs more generally, and if they're doing what they must or should be doing.
Well, I mean, part of my concern stems from the review of PNM's reconciliation, which they file at the end of February every year. And in that filing, PNM projects the revenue requirements going forward for the rest of that calendar year. The revenue requirements to recover the costs of PNM owned solar facility, including the 2019. So they're labeled by the date that they were approved, I think. So
Okay.
PNM 2019 solar, 2018 solar, and there are about 4 or 5 of those. And what I've noticed over the years of looking at those filings is that PNM has fairly consistently projected a revenue requirement that included an amortization of investment tax credit, which when it's looked at a year later with the next filing at the end of February, the reconciliation shows, oh no, for that facility, we didn't monetize the ITC, so we need to recover that investment tax credit that was to benefit customers through a reduced rider. So we then have to adjust the rider up to account for the fact that PNM expected to amortize the ITC but didn't. And so there's been a relatively consistent pattern of expected amortization followed by a reversal of that expectation and then a new expectation for another. So it's been a relatively steady pattern in those filings by PNM.
Okay, and so are those documents submitted into the record at this point in time?
Those documents are in, I referred to one in my direct testimony, if I can point to it. Give me a moment. It's on page 21 of my direct testimony. It's footnote 23. And it refers to the direct testimony of Thomas Baker filed in February of 2021, but in a different case. This is a 12-7/07-UT. And so every year in that same case, PNM files a reconciliation with supporting testimony about revenue requirements to recover costs of a number of solar developments that were approved by the commission essentially during the 2010s, I think starting in 2013.
So when Mr. Morris is testifying, he wrote it in his direct testimony, and I was talking with him today, and he sort of restated the point and said, well, we were going to utilize amortization and do. I mean, that's what I heard him saying. And you're saying that no, in fact, there's evidence which suggests you don't do that.
What I heard Mr. Morris say is that PNM has close to $80 million of investment tax credit that is subject to monetization and amortization, but they have not been monetized because PNM is in a net operating loss position.
Right.
And as Mr. Baker says in his testimony that I pointed out in my footnote number 22, it says PNM will continue to evaluate its ability to amortize the investment tax credit as the net operating loss reduces. I think PNM, based on the pattern I've seen, I think that PNM has projected amortization taking place sooner than it has. So let me put it a different way. PNM has been somewhat optimistic about projecting amortization.
Okay.
That's been the pattern I've seen. And the amortization has not taken place as quickly as it has projected.
So, and then the testimony I'm going to refer to is page 3. And I don't doubt you, I'm asking just get you respond to the statements, right? So the question is, does PNM agree with the proposal to establish a regulatory liability for unamortized ITC? This is a rebuttal testimony of Larry Morris, PNM Exhibit 9. And he says, no, I don't agree. He says, first, the proposal is unnecessary as PNM expects to utilize the ITCs and begin amortization before they expire. I mean, so I read that statement as you know, it's sort of self-indicative, which is that they're going to do it. Like, there's no question. But you're saying that maybe that's not necessarily true. I shouldn't just assume because they say they're going to, that they're going to.
What I heard him say is that it's highly likely that they will do it, that they have 20 years to do it, and it's almost certain that they will do it. I don't think he said they'll absolutely will do it, regardless of whether they can monetize it or not. And so I think there's a distinction there. And I would say, as for the sake of illustration, I mean, the 2013 solar facility, for example, I believe that still has some investment tax credit associated with that facility, and that's 8 years ago.
Okay.
And so, so I think that there is some lag in amortizing the ITC and the customers benefiting from that.
What would be, I mean, is there any reason? Is it in PNM's interest to amortize? I mean, is there a reason why? I mean, if they sit on their hands and do nothing, I mean, like, it seems they lose a benefit, but maybe that's not the case. Like,
I think that it's in PNM's interest to monetize and subsequently amortize it for the benefit of customers.
Right.
Because that was part of the deal, so to speak, if I could speak rhetorically. I mean, the investment tax credit was considered when the commission approved the utility owned and developed project.
Yeah.
I mean, back in those days, I mean, there was some fairly significant debate about the benefits of a utility owned project versus a third party project.
yeah.
So the third party project, you know, any investment tax credit that may be associated with that would flow through the customers.
Right.
Through the third party, and it may not be the full amount of the investment tax credit, but it should be a significant amount. But in PNM's case, it'll flow through to customers if and when PNM is able to monetize the tax credits.
And I'm just wondering if, like, I'm trying to just think through in my head, is there an incentive system that assures that that's going to happen? And I'm guessing your point about the regulatory liability, and I have some sense as to what that means. I guess, could you maybe answer that question? What is the consequence of requiring PNM to have it put into a regulatory liability?
I see it more as a tracking mechanism that's where PNM is recording, well, here's the benefit that should go to customers. So we'll record it into this account. And then at some point in a rate case, a point down the road, that liability should flow to customers. And if, for example, PNM is unable to monetize that tax credit, then PNM could make the argument in that rate case, look, we did our best efforts to monetize this. We expected to, we had 20 years to do it, but we've been in an NOL for this or that reason. And therefore, we think it's not, we would be taking all the risk on this, and that wasn't part of the understanding. And so we would ask the commission to not, force shareholders to bear that cost. I mean, I don't think it was meant to say, pass it on to customers, regardless of what happens.
Yeah.
I think it was more, my recommendation more to have this as a tracking system so that customers would know that this benefit is on the way, if and when PNM can offset their tax liability and or make an argument for why they were not able to do that and see if that was prudent and reasonable.
Does the normalization violation cause you to, I mean, maybe I've asked you that already, I can't recall our earlier discussion, but do you sort of back away from that recommendation if it's in fact going to lead PNM into tax problems?
Yeah, I do. If based on the way you put your question, if it does lead to tax problems, then I would back away from that recommendation. Maybe PNM could set up a tracking mechanism, or in my mind, it raises some interesting questions. I mean, it may be something staff would pursue in the next, now that I've heard about the $78 million, it may be something we'll look into in the next rate case. I mean, so, there are opportunities to address this. And
But sounds like your overarching concern is just making sure that there is a mechanism that verifies that the cost savings from the tax credit amortization have passed along. And really, that's what you want to make sure is that gets passed along to the ratepayers.
I want to make sure that, that these benefits that were an element in deciding on those projects are passed through to customers, or that there's a reasonable explanation for why they're not passed through to customers.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. The discussion that was, Mr. Meyer said basically, I'm not really asking for anyone to do anything in this case. He was talking more broadly about the future and rate-making principles and allocating on capacity factors or whatever. You mentioned something about, in your testimony, as we move towards a more fully renewable portfolio, right? 40% standards and the rider itself. I've heard some theoretical discussion about this, but how does this isn't necessarily related to this case, but it's a sort of like a tangential issue. If half of PNM's portfolio is renewable and you're collecting through the rider, that doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense, right? Like if basically all of eventually the rider becomes everything, right? So does anything need to happen between now and 2025 to prepare for that?
No, I think this issue is expected to be addressed in a rulemaking case.
Okay.
Because that issue has been raised about whether it makes sense to continue with the current structure of a rider to recover renewable energy costs when we're headed towards being supplied largely and generally, hopefully 100% from renewable energy resources. So yeah, what is the point of a rider? And so I believe that's being examined in the rulemaking about the Rule 572 concerning renewable energy.
But as far as we're concerned, the cost rider here actually decreases. I remember I was speaking with the hearing examiner Schanauer about this. He sort of joked, rates don't ever decrease, but this one does, right? They're reducing the cost rider.
Are you referring to the rider that we're subject of this case?
Yes.
Yeah. This one does, that's correct, but it's a mix of elements that change over time, and some renewable energy resources are recovered through base rates, but the RECs count towards RPS. So not all the costs of meeting the RPS are necessarily in the rider.
I see.
And so, again, that raises more questions about the longer term need of a rider and whether there's any point to it. But
I guess it's an interesting point, because you're saying my point is, look, it's decreased, but then your answer to that is, well, that's just because of the nature of this cost collection mechanism. There may be increases elsewhere that are sort of are gone up, so then on a net, it's higher anyway.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, people look at their total bill, and it'd be interesting to look at comparing the trend in the rider to the trend in the total bill. So those cost shifts that take place in between line items on the bill over time, the bills go down. I haven't seen that myself either. I agree.
Okay, so just I guess on the last page of your testimony, you had a series of recommendations. I just want to go over those with you to make sure nothing has changed. Would you still, your position remains after today's proceeding? Well, let's go there. Mr. Gutierrez should provide in rebuttal an update to his SG2. Well, that's been done, right?
It's been
Oh,
done.
okay.
It's been not literally based on my more pessimistic scenario, but I would agree that my pessimistic scenario was too pessimistic, given that La Jolla has been online now for a month or two.
And then I went through with Mr. Aikenhead and asked him, hey, can Mr. Gutierrez submit something? And he said, no, Mr. Gutierrez can do that right now. And then he and I walked through.
Right.
Did that satisfy you as far as number one is concerned?
Yes.
Okay, so, and then number two, staff would like PNM to continue reporting about Lightning Dock in future RPS cases. The information as agreed between staff and PNM case. I mean, that wasn't really discussed with any great detail today, but I don't see why we would terminate that, frankly.
I would like to see that continue, so I don't see any reason.
Yes.
I would prefer that PNM provide that, and I don't think they object to it.
No, I didn't hear any testimony today or read anything that suggested, no, that we object to that. PNM should be ordered to provide an update by December 31, in this case concerning project delays with a narrative about the impact on meeting the RPS in 20, 21, 22, and 23. You stand by that recommendation, so.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and the last one, in its annual reconciliation to be filed at the end of February, PNM should further update the status of delayed projects and should provide an updated version of SG2. And this really gets to the point about these delays in the conversation that we had. I would assume you're going to say, yes, I still stand by that recommendation as well.
Yes, and the reason I asked for an updated SG2 at the end of February is so that I assume that we'll give PNM enough data to provide, to update SG2 based on actual 2021, full year 2021 information and data.
Okay. Okay, that's all my questions. Any follow-up from anybody?
I do not have any follow-up.
I have a couple of questions, Mr. Ryan.
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Reynolds.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
It's good to see you again.
Likewise.
Even though you're wearing a mask.
Yeah, no, just for the record too, Mr. German, so you're aware, you can't see this, but you are prominently displayed up on a giant TV screen in our room here. So I know you don't see Mr. Reynolds with a computer in front of him, but he can see you, I assure you.
Okay, thank you for that. So, Mr. Reynolds, I have a couple of questions on the ITC and your discussion with the hearing examiner about the 74 million in total PNM ITCs. And I wrote down 74 million, but I guess there was some question if it was 74, 75, maybe 78, but I'll use 74 million. So do you understand, I'm sorry. So do you understand that the ITCs are a benefit to PNM's customers?
Yes, I do.
And then if PNM were to lose the ITCs, then that would be a harm to customers, isn't that right?
Yeah, I see it as a lost benefit.
Okay. And you've reviewed Mr. Morris's rebuttal testimony in this matter, right?
Yes.
Okay, and do you understand Mr. Morris's testimony to be that if PNM were required to record a regulatory liability, then the impact would be the loss of all of PNM's ITCs?
Yes, I understood that from his testimony and from the discussion earlier today.
Okay. And you had a discussion with the hearing examiner also about the ITCs expiring in 20 years. And I believe Mr. Morris testified earlier today that the first ITC associated with a PNM project would expire in 2032. Do you recall that testimony?
I believe I do. I think he was referring to the 2013 solar facilities developed and built by PNM and extending the 20 years from there.
So my question then is if the commission did not take any action in this case with regard to ITCs, and even didn't take any action in a case next year or the following year, there would still be time for the commission to consider taking action with regard to ITCs prior to their expiration. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that.
And can you turn to your, well, do you have Mr. Gutierrez's rebuttal testimony in front of you?
I have his rebuttal and his updated rebuttal.
Let me make sure which one I'm looking at here. So I'm looking at the updated rebuttal, which is PNM Exhibit 11. And I have a couple of questions for you on PNM's RPS compliance. So I'd ask you to accept that PNM's RPS requirement for 2022 is 1,604,203 megawatt hour RECs. And if you don't accept that, I can direct you to where it is in Mr. Gutierrez's updated rebuttal.
Yeah, I see his projection and I accept it.
Okay. Okay, now I'd like you to turn to your direct testimony. And specifically your attachment JJR3, which on the PDF I have of your testimony is page 35 of 37.
Yes.
And what you have on this exhibit to your testimony is a projection of the RECs that will be produced by the different resources in PNM's portfolio. That's pretty similar to the projection that Mr. Gutierrez has in his exhibit SG2 to his direct testimony and exhibit SG1 to his rebuttal testimony. Is that a fair summary of this exhibit?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Gutierrez was on the stand, the hearing examiner and he had a discussion about the RECs that would be available in 2022 to meet the RPS, even if none of the San Juan replacement resources are online in 2022. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do.
And I recall that Mr. Gutierrez's testimony was that even assuming there is no Arroyo PPA, San Juan PPA, or Rockmont PPA available in 2022, that PNM would still exceed the RPS by about 250,000 RECs. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
I would just add, Mr. German, I think it was referring to the Hickory 1, because the Rockmont still is listed at 0, if I recall correctly, unless I missed.
That's right.
That's correct. Yeah, thank you for that correction. And all the, so aside from the San Juan replacement resources, all the resources that would provide RECs to meet the 2022 RPS are going to be part of PNM's portfolio in 2023 and 2024. Isn't that correct?
Could you repeat that question, please?
Yeah, so I'm separating out the San Juan replacement resources for this question, but all the other resources listed in your attachment JJR3 that provide recs to meet the RPS in 2022, all of those resources will also be available in 2023 and 2024 to meet the RPS. Correct?
Yeah, I believe that's correct, that all of those other resources are, well, most of those are currently operating resources that are expected to continue operating going forward.
Mhm. And they're all variable resources, right? So their output might change from year to year. And as we said in 2022, PNM projects to exceed the RPS by 250,000 recs. In 2023 and 2024, just looking at those resources, is it fair to assume that PNM would also exceed the RPS by about 250,000 recs in those years?
I think that's hard to say. I mean, it depends on the number of variable factors besides just the generation. And, you know, it has to do with how much what the RPS is, the number of sales, retail sales, the participation in voluntary renewable programs that adjust the retail sales that are subject to RPS. And as you said, there's variability in the generation of these resources. So whether it's 250,000 or excess or no excess or deficit, I mean, I think it's hard to project. I mean, it appears that it would, under normal circumstances, it should be an excess, but it's subject to a number of variables.
Okay, and what I'm getting at is the reporting requirements that you recommend. So because of this excess in 2022 and PNM's projected compliance in 2022, is it accurate that the reporting requirements that you're recommending are really targeted toward PNM's compliance in 2025 when the RPS increases to 40%?
I think that the direct purpose of the reporting requirements, which I believe I stated in my testimony, are concern 2020 through 2023, each year, each of those 4 years. And, you know, and based on that information, the conclusions may be drawn or inferred about 2025. That's a possibility, but I'm not asking for PNM to report on 2025.
Okay, so, but despite the testimony that you and Mr. Gutierrez agree with about PNM's position at the end of 2022, even aside from the San Juan resources being online or not, you're still recommending that PNM be required to make those reports for the years 2020 through 2023?
Yes, I'm still asking for those reports. I think it's useful information to draw some conclusions about meeting the RPS and in those 4 years and whether PNM is on track for years beyond those 4. Okay. We'll have more information about any further delays, if any, or about approval, possibly about approval of the Palo Verde replacement resources. So I think there will be some new information that would be valuable.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
And I just want to ask Mr. Reynolds one follow-up. When you say you want PNM to report to the commission, what specifically do you envision being reported?
What I'd like to see is an update by December 31st, in this case, concerning a report about the project delays. I think that's the first report I've asked for as of the end of this year. And with an explanation about the impact on meeting the RPS requirements between 2020 and 2023. That's the first report I've asked for. And then the second one with an updated version of Mr. Gutierrez SG2 at the end of February to examine what actually happened in 2021 with new projections for 2022 and 2023.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, when you say a narrative about the impacts of these delays on meeting RPS requirements in 20, 21, 22, and 23, I think what Mr. German was trying to do there was basically to say, like, look, that's totally unnecessary because we're gonna meet it. And so what is there to report about? And so I guess I'm wondering ultimately if the report was we met it, I guess then he's trying to say, well, what's the point of that report? We met it. I guess but you probably disagree with the idea that they're going to meet it, right? On some level, is what you're suggesting.
Well, I think it is, and I think I've agreed with you, Mr. Examiner, that given that La Jolla is running at this point, I think it's highly likely that they will meet 2022. Given that they could meet it based on what's projected without the San Juan replacement resources. I mean, I still think it's a reasonable request, given that we've had updates still within the pendency of this case, as recently as yesterday, information about further delays. Will there be further delays going forward affecting San Juan Solar or Arroyo Solar? I recognize they may not have an impact on meeting 2022, but they may have an impact on meeting 2023, or they. I don't know. I'm not sure how to expand my explanation, but I think based on the information as I understood it, when I filed this testimony, I thought that was a reasonable request. Now it could be that, as I'm thinking about it now, maybe the information to be filed at the end of February could be sufficient, and there may not be a need for the information at the end of December. I think we have some information in this hearing about how they plan to backfill 2020 and 2021. I think it would be good to have that in the record somehow, what was actually backfilled in 2020 and 2021. But that,
okay, let me stop you there. So that's a question I have. Is it necessary? Does it cause you to have concern? I mean, basically, Mr. Gutierrez said to us, I calculated these numbers. It appears in the deficiency for 22, and trust me on that one. And I'm filling in the words right. Is it necessary to have some additional evidence as relates to what exactly the deficiencies were in 20 and 21? Or do you think we have that elsewhere?
We don't know what the actual deficiency is until after 2021 is over.
Oh, true. We're right in the middle of 2021. Yeah, okay. Do we know what the deficiency for 20 is? I mean,
we know what we know since they filed the report on June 1st of this year, what the actual deficiency was for 2020.
Okay.
And that deficiency the plan is to backfill it with excess Rexin generated in 2022. And I think that it's important, it's relevant to know that the 2020 and 2021 RPS requirements will be met partly by backfilling recs. I mean, I think that's relevant.
Yeah.
But I think putting numbers to that is also relevant.
Okay, thank you. That's all follow-up I had. Anything further, Mr. Drummond?
No, thank you.
Mr. Borman, were you gonna?
No, I have no further questions for.
I saw you leaning in. Okay, Ms. School, I assume no one else, everybody set? Okay, so that's our witnesses. Let me go
So-
into.
Sorry, Mr. Ryan.
Yes.
Mr. Phillips was able to get some additional information on
Thank you.
the commercial operation dates, and he's available to testify now if you'd like to recall him. And I would also like to make a request to recall Dr. Pitts. There was an issue that came up when you were cross-examining her, and I think there was some confusion about whether the cross-examination regarded how P&M allocates versus collects capacity charges from customers.
Okay.
And to my understanding, at least the testimony was that P&M cannot collect capacity charges from customers that don't have a demand charge, such as residential customers. And that's not correct. So if it's permissible to you, we recall Dr. Pitts just to answer a few short questions just on that one limited issue.
Sure, and I mean, the purpose of my question to Ms. Dr. Pitts is to sort of get a grasp on a lot of terminology and concepts that are, I'm encountering in different places, but, if you want to ask her questions to help me better understand, go for it. It would be my position.
Okay, great, thank you. And of course, we wouldn't object to any cross on the, within the scope of the additional questions that I would ask her.
Yeah, that's fine. So why don't we get Mr. Phillips up first, if that's okay?
Great.
Hey, Mr. Phillips, how are you, sir?
I'm well, and you?
I'm very good. And you were sworn in earlier, sir. No need to do it again. I think we'll just bypass that. You understand you're still under oath?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. So we had talked earlier about that document. I take it you've had time to review. It was filed in the 18-00353 case. Quarterly reports. Mr. Reynolds pointed out in his testimony, it looks like it includes 2 quarters, a second quarter and a third quarter. And then the last discussion Mr. Reynolds and I had seemed to indicate that the final COD date for the La Jolla 2 phase is 7/19/2021, but maybe you can shed some additional light.
Yes, sir. So I spoke with our contracting department who manages the purchase power agreement with La Jolla. P&M accepted from La Jolla a commercial operation date of June 30th, 2021, on the basis that was when they were able to demonstrate to us they could meet the minimum requirements of the contract. Now, at that point in time, there were still some turbines that had not been fully commissioned. And so the difference between what we had received from them in terms of us stating that they were commercially operational and we were able to start receiving energy from them versus what I believe is indicated in their filing, as you indicated, for 100% commercial operation in July 19th would be the time period between when they demonstrated compliance with the contract with P&M versus when they had fully commissioned all of the turbines at the property. We have also sent them a follow-up note asking them to make sure to clarify with the commission through a filing, whether that final quarterly filing is supposed to be the full notice of commercial operation as required in their docket, or if they were going to make anything subsequent. But we'd also note that they are a party in that case, of course, and the commission could just ask a bench request of them or send notification to them specifically or directly. P&M is not the one who needs to make that filing.
Okay, so if I just make sure I understood what you said, the 7/19 date, it seems like you're suggesting is like a, I don't know, like that's the official sign off or something. And then there's an earlier date in which, in fact, there would be operational, 100% operation. Is that what I heard you say?
Well, not 100% operation on the earlier date. The June 30th date is when they were able to demonstrate to PNM that they had met the requirements of the contract. So the contract, I believe, requires a 90% capacity in order to demonstrate commercial operation. It was at that point in time that they demonstrated commercial operation under the contract, but they still had a few more turbines left to fully commission. Okay. And it wasn't until the 19th when they were of July when they had fully commissioned the full project. So that's the difference.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And I guess the follow-up question I'd have for you is, I mean, June 30th, July 19th, it's 3 weeks, right?
Correct.
Is that a significant period of time in your mind? I don't really know. I mean, that seems relatively minuscule, really.
To me, the definition there doesn't really matter much because we would already have started taking energy and RECs from them based on when they demonstrated commercial operation to us under the definitions within the contract. So the fact that they brought a few more turbines on doesn't mean that we didn't already start receiving the benefits of the project.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for coming back and clarifying.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Phillips before he departs?
No.
I do not.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips, for coming back.
Thank you, sir.
And then we'll hear again from Ms. Pitts, or Dr. Pitts, excuse me.
Yes, and I'll have just a couple questions for Dr. Pitts.
And Dr. Pitts, welcome back. You were sworn in earlier, ma'am, and you understand you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Pitts. I have a couple of clarifying questions for you on the cross that the hearing examiner did with you regarding allocation of demand or capacity costs.
Okay.
So what's the difference between the energy that PNM needs to serve a customer versus the capacity that's needed to serve a customer?
Well, the demand is the rate at which energy used, and the energy usage would be the quantity of, say, kilowatt hours. That would be the difference.
And is it possible that certain customers might have, well, let me ask you hypothetically, is it possible that there are customers that have the same energy use in a given month, but their demands on PNM system would be different?
Yes.
And do you know what could account for those different demands that the customers might place on the system?
Well, it sort of ties back to what Mr. Meyer referred to when he was talking about the load factor, that different rate classes or customer classes have different load factors. So residential classes, say, we'll just compare residential and say an industrial class, tend to be spikier because they would say come home from work and turn on their air conditioning. And so demand surges all at once. It'd be like turning on a faucet full blast and having the water just shoot out. The industrial class might be running their processes constantly. And so it's much more steady, the demand.
Okay. And to the extent that there's increased demand on a P&M system, actually, let me scratch that question. So the demand that you're talking about, how does P&M allocate the costs of providing that demand or that capacity to different rate classes?
So production demand and transmission demand are allocated on a 3 or a 4 CP basis, which is 3 summer, 1 winter. So the highest peak hour in the 3 summer months and 1 winter month, December, are used to allocate production and demand. And so for summer months, that's typically going to be late afternoon, say 5, 6 o'clock is when it tends to be, the summer months being June, July, and August. And in December, it's later. And so the percentage, and it's allocated on a coincident peak basis. So the 1 hour that is, say in June, that's used for that, every rate class's percentage of usage, that 1 hour would be used to allocate the demand. And then, and in the case of, say, the residential class, the production demand allocator is approximately 48%, whereas for the industrial classes, it's much lower, 1, 2, 3, 5%. And so that's important to consider too.
And the residential class does not have a demand charge. Isn't that right?
Right.
And I guess, let me expand on that. So the residential class is billed on a per kWh basis as opposed to a per kW basis. Is that correct?
Right. So in the rate design takes the costs that were allocated based on demand and then reconfigures it, in the case of the residential class, into the tiered block system of energy charges. So for the residential class, they have blocks 1, 2, and 3. The energy, the cost of those get more expensive from block 1, which is basic usage, up to block 3. And so that incorporates the demand allocated costs as well, but it's reconfigured into a per kWh charge.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all the questions I had. Thank you, Dr. Pitts.
You're welcome, Mr. German.
Thank you. Yeah, it's I listened to all the words and I'll have to just think about them for some. I've heard Larry Blank and Doug Gigak say those same things, so you just keep thinking about them. Yes, nothing further from me. Anything from you, Ms. Gould? Any, Mr. Borman?
I have no questions for Dr. Pitts.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, now I don't believe there's any further evidentiary matters. It was just bringing back Mr. Phillips and then Dr. Pitts. So, where are we? No further witnesses, no further evidence in this matter. You know, I don't know what the thought is in terms of briefs in this matter. You know, I understand in cases where there's not disputed issue. Well, so this isn't exactly a case where there's no disputed issues, but I mean, how would you all like to proceed?
You know, so you're right. There isn't unanimous agreement on the entire application, but the disputed issues seem relatively small to me. I agree. I wonder if it would be possible to just do a draft recommended decision, if you would appreciate that. And P&M could propose a draft recommended decision, and we try to crafted in such a way that other parties would support, but if they didn't, then they could certainly, file their own proposed recommended decision. That
Yeah,
might be-
I appreciate that offer, but I'm sort of opposed to that practice. And the reason why is, one has to do the work to understand what one is saying. And I am greatly remiss to offer somebody else's labor as the product of my own thinking. So my suggestion would be, sort of, it's just in the same vein you're going at, Mr. German, which is to say, basically, the only thing that seems disputed are the things Mr. Reynolds is asking PNM to do. Right? Is
I
that
think that's
basically
correct.
So, my feeling would be, you could, it's a simpler task for the parties, just, for PNM to say, no, we don't want to do this, and here are our reasons.
Mhm.
Ultimately.
Yeah. And I think Mr. Reynolds clarified, a bit in testimony today, what he's looking for and the reasons for it. So
Well, if we're going to have an expedited transcript,
yeah.
because this case has some time constraints in terms of generating the thing and getting it completed in time for the open meeting before Thanksgiving. So my feeling would be, I don't think it's an enormous amount of work for you all to just brief stuff. And unfortunately, I have a calendar, but it's going to all be on my computer, which is sort of annoying, but I guess I can go there. Let me pull up my Outlook.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm sorry, I don't know if that I heard. Is briefing going to be helpful for you, or would it be more helpful? I guess I didn't hear if you wanted us to write briefs or if you.
Well, right. So the only thing it's my understanding, the only disputed matter in this is whether or not PNM should be ordered to supply basically the four things that are indicated. And I know it's not supplying, it's really ends up being three things that Mr. Reynolds wants PNM to do. That is in fact disputed. I think everything else that's in this case, all the evidence we've heard, it is pretty much all undisputed at this juncture. So, and I understand uncertainty is uncertainty, and that's kind of what Mr. Reynolds' point is. We don't really know. You're saying you're going to have this many recs, but who knows with all these projects and delays, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I think it would be useful for me to know if PNM really is still resisting what Mr. Reynolds is suggesting that it do. I don't know what that leaves for NM area to do, or if you believe that Mr. Reynolds' recommendations are appropriate and should be imposed. If you wish to say so, you're certainly free to do so. Obviously, staff would respond to PNM if PNM's position is no, we don't want to do that, and here's why. And staff would obviously take the position and say, no, you should be ordered to do so, and here's our justifications for that. Does that clarify at all what I'm sort of where I'm headed here, Ms. Gould?
Yeah, and I'm thinking too that, once we look at the transcript, it might be easy to resolve these issues too. And I wonder if we could do that just through like a statement of positions, through some kind of filing that would just state, this is what, in recognition of Mr. Reynolds' recommendations, this is what PNM is willing to do. Staff agrees, something like that.
Yeah, that's fine. I think that makes sense. I agree. Mr. Borman,
I'm not quite sure I'm following what he's recommending, but it sounds to me like what you're looking for is just short briefs on very narrow issues. And, basically saying, should PNM do A? Yes, no, why? Or why not? What about B? Yes, no, why, or why not? That's what it sounds like you're asking.
That's exactly what I'm asking. I think what we concluded is that Mr. Reynolds agrees that Shane Gutierrez had supplied the document on the pessimistic scenario. We went through that at the hearing, and then it really leaves us with 2, 3, and 4. That's my understanding of where we are. But of course, if you all disagreed, that could be stated. So I guess, why don't we do it this way? It seems to me PNM has to first set out its position as to whether it agrees or does not agree to what Mr. Reynolds is after. And then at that juncture, the staff would supply a response. So, Mr. German, can you just I mean, can we just set like a date at which you would submit, hey, here's our position on these things, and then call it a brief, we'll call it whatever you want. I mean,
it's,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to pull up October, so bear with me.
Sure.
Ms. Gonzalez, how soon will we have the transcript?
3 days, I think, was asked for, but I'll get it to you as soon as I can.
Yeah, it's fine. No, I'm just for calculating time here. So tomorrow is 1, the 4th and the 5th is 3. So technically you'll have the transcript
in the
by the
middle of
5th.
next week.
Yeah, middle of next week. And then I mean, Mr. German, can you supply something like by that second week in October? Limited only to like, hey, here's what Mr. Reynolds wants us to do. Here's our position on that. You might conclude, yes, we'll do that. In which case the dispute ends, really.
Yeah. So yes, we can do that by October 15th.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that reasonable? Okay.
Maybe,
And we'll try to set up a meeting with staff before then, just to see if we're in agreement on what Mr. Reynolds' recommendations are and make clear what PNM is willing to accept too.
Okay, and then Mr. Borman, if we gave you a week, I mean, what's the typical, you get a brief and then a response?
The only issue about 1 week is that, isn't that right in the middle of our PNM Palo Verde hearing? So I guess I'd just request the following Monday.
Which hearing is that? I'm looking at our online. account.
Maybe I haven't changed my dates on my.
No, that's correct. The 215 case is scheduled for October 20th, 21st, and 22nd, which would be after the 15th, it would be the following week. And so I think staff is asking for their, or, if Anna Maria wants to file something also for it to be due on the 25th.
Yeah, just the following Monday. I don't want to put it off real long. I just want to have a couple extra days.
That's okay.
Because of that.
So you're talking about which date again? October?
I think it would be the 25th.
This is the calendar I can't stand. October the 25th. Okay, and that's why I'm confused here, because I'm looking at the Outlook calendar is terrible. It just is difficult to use. So I do see some of what you're talking about. Okay, so October the 25th.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Ms. Gould, my feeling would be you would wait to see what PNM says, or is that correct, or?
Yeah, and we may not file anything, if that's okay with you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Will.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
As
you.
I said, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, depending on what we come up with and PNM files, we may be able to file something even quicker, but I just want to make sure that if it's something that, we do still have an issue that we need to kind of highlight, that we have enough time to do it. That's all. So if they come out on the 15th and we're all in agreement, I could file something the following Monday.
Sure, that makes sense. I understand, and I'm just trying to make something that makes sense, given that I agree ultimately that these aren't major issues. It's really a dispute that might be easily resolved. So, well, why don't we just leave it at that then? PNM will submit something on the 15th. Call it a brief, call it whatever. You'll hopefully be in touch with Mr. Borman before then, Mr. German, and then whatever. October 25th would be the latest date to supply something in a response to the PNM submission.
Okay.
That works.
Okay. Good. And Ms. Lynch, I didn't hear from you, but I assumed that you would chime in if you had the feelings. Audio's not coming through. I don't hear anything. You unmuted, but I don't hear anything. No, Ms. Lynch, you're
in the same boat as NMAREA and support this approach.
okay. I think Ms. Gonzalez, I'll commend you if you can. Ms. Lynch, if you,
I support this approach.
we heard you support, so we'll leave it at that. That's good. Thank you, Ms. Lynch. All right, so that would be it. Anything further from anyone else?
I don't think so.
Very good. We'll go off the record. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, for your service. And so I will say this, it's totally weird being in a room with a person.
Is this better?
Looking over at John Reynolds and like looking at him like, doing here?
Yes, that works.
Wow, that's crazy. Still slowly leaking through somehow. I don't understand. Anyway, okay, thank you, everybody. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I will get exhibits this afternoon to download or through email.
So you should have the exhibits that you had. Did you have you had Dropbox, right? The link, Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, well, actually, it was a link to some kind of share file that just downloaded.
Yes, so that's all the exhibits. The only things you don't have would be what Mr. German is going to supply.
Okay.
And we'll email that directly to you.
Okay.
And Mr. Ryan and the party.
I'll send you, Mr. German, her email address so you have it.
Okay.
But so Ms. Gonzalez, the only thing you need, everything is in Dropbox. And then Mr. German's going to update a few exhibits.
Okay, and I have one other sort of maybe strange question. It seems to me like in those exhibits, there are something called corrected versions of the same. Which is the exhibit?
Thank you.
So what was filed on Dropbox is the official exhibit. Yeah.
Okay.
That kind of confusion. I don't need to keep everybody else around. You guys can take off.
Okay.
I'll just talk with Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Bye, everybody.
Okay.
Bye.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
Let me open it so I can tell you what I mean. So
Yeah, no, it's fine.
mine are called like one direct testimony. Okay, so I've got 1 through 9. I thought I saw some called, direct testimony. You know what? I'm probably losing my mind.
No, you're fine. It's fine. And you're good. It's a fair question you're asking about the corrected exhibits. So
Yeah, it seems like I saw that, but actually now I'm looking and I just saw exhibit corrections, but that is just that's what I printed that was very helpful.
Sure.
Okay.
So the way it's kind of confusing to understand unless you would think about how this would have worked if we were in person. I'm telling you, you're appropriate to be a little puzzled. So the way they used to do this when we were all coming to a room and then like literally handing one another paper,
Right.
These witnesses they're filing stuff on eDocket ahead of time. And that's technically not part of the record. The only thing that's in the record, when it used to be a live hearing, would
Sure,
be
they would-
the piece of paper that they would literally hand to you.
Right.
But now, of course, we can't do that. And so what they do now is they submit documents with corrections through Dropbox. So when you
Okay.
heard, there were 2 witnesses that made corrections. Those corrections should be reflected on the documents you received through Dropbox.
I got you. So you're just backwards laying foundation and correcting stuff that's already been done and just doing
Exactly.
it.
And
I
I
gotcha.
actually, in my orders, I say, don't correct stupid little misspellings. No one's going to care. If it's not going to, don't make it more complicated than it needs to be. But some people can't help themselves.
I know. It's like court reporters. They would fix everything if they could over and over again. Okay. All right. I will get this rough draft. I think you still want a rough draft?
Yeah, no, I mean, take your time. Honestly, if, as long as you can get it to us within the 3 days, whatever amount of time.
Okay, I won't worry about that. It takes me longer to, put something on it that says rough draft and get it. So I'll just get it done. And I have another hearing Monday with, you know what? Can you tell me the two names of the hearing examiners that you were speaking with? How they're spelled? You had mentioned a couple names.
Schanauer,
Yes, that's one.
so that's SCHANNAUER.
That saves me.
Yeah.
And then there was another one I thought.
Medeiros or Glick or
No, Glick I have. Gosh.
Hurst.
No, I know her.
And then there's Bob Lennon, but that's basically everybody.
No, that's everybody. Okay. Well, maybe you said Schanauer twice and I heard something different, but I'll get this done. And what I was about to say is I have another hearing. So we're not doing anything tomorrow. That frees up tomorrow so I can work on this.
Okay.
So I can get it done. I'll always like to over deliver if I can. So
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And don't worry about it. I mean, I think you heard the only reason it's gonna be really useful quickly is to help P&M decide whether or not they're gonna dig their heels in on stuff. So that's really, that's what you heard. So,
I got you. Well, I get such really good stuff, plus all the exhibits that I can figure stuff out. So I'll look up what I need to look up and get it done quickly for you guys. So
Sure.
It was nice to work with you again.
Yeah,
And
you
I
as well.
think,
Thank you very much.
I think this works pretty good.
Yeah, our system here worked great. We got the IT guy just waiting here to talk to me about it. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I
go
think
deal
we're
with
good.
that.
All right, thank you.